Tick-tock, time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. It's your friendly neighborhood philosopher here, D. Wood, and we're gonna have a fun show right now. Hey, so have you guys heard of this channel called Rationality Rules? This was the first Rationality Rules video I ever watched. I'd seen them in my feed before. In fact, I don't know, maybe a month or two ago, there was some video. I don't remember what it was about. Maybe it responded to a Dawa guy or something like that. But I was thinking, oh, we should go through this video by Rationality Rules in a live stream and see what that's all about. Never got around to watching it, but a bunch of you pointed out. Oh, people are asking, where is AP? Well, he's always late. I decided I'm just going to go ahead and start and then see what happens. But no, AP will be jumping in. AP will be jumping in. I just started since at the beginning, I'll kind of be setting up the discussion. I can go ahead and do that myself, and AP will jump in. He'll probably be here in a couple minutes. So Rationality Rules. Yeah, I've seen him in my feed before. Never actually watched a video, but what was it? Yesterday or the day before, something like that. He posted a video claiming to claims to have debunked my Easter video. I posted a video on Easter. So it was my Easter message. So this is a recent video. This was just whatever the date was on the most recent Easter. And I posted a video about the resurrection. And now we've got an atheist response. And we're going to see. Here's what we're going to do. Once everything's in motion, once we're all here, we're going to go ahead and watch his entire video. Now, there are copyright issues, so there will be pauses to review the points and so on. But we're going to go through his entire video. Then we're going to go through my video that he claims to have debunked in his video. And I think we're going to see something very, very, very interesting and obvious. And then we'll go through some of the comments from his fans on his video. And I think we're going to see a problem, ladies and gentlemen. And I think we're going to learn some valuable lessons. We're going to... I can't tell if some people are being serious or joking, because we got comments like this. Looking at comments like this, we've got Rationality Rules is not a serious person. He's just a moron. Well, we don't know that yet. We're going to go through his video, and then we'll actually see. Some of these other comments, I can't tell if some people are joking, saying he destroyed you and so on. Let's see. Like this one. Modus Primus. Apologetics Roadshow. He roasted you. You're finished. He used "you're wrong, na boo boo" as an argument against you. You can do nothing now. Okay, this is obviously joking. He used na boo boo. You're wrong. Yeah, here we have. Why are you stuttering? So anyway, we got the next Zucker Nike here. You're hiding. So yeah, anyway, I wanted to be clear. This is my first impression of the guy. My first impression of the guy is his response to me. And I have to say, I'll go ahead and give a spoiler alert. Not impressed. The situation is significantly worse than what I expected. And I think it's going to teach us something valuable, not about all atheists, but about, it's kind of two overlapping groups here, but you have sort of the new atheists, the more aggressive kind of atheists. And then you have like, I don't want to say online atheists, because there are lots of atheists who are online who aren't like this, but there is some group of online atheists that have some serious problems, namely like they've fallen for some cult tactics. And instantly, as soon as I say that, no, you're a Christian, you fell for the cult tactics, I will explain to you and show to you and prove to you indisputably exactly what you've fallen for by the end of this live stream. So, let me go take a couple super chats here at the beginning while people are still signing on. I think I sent out the links. Okay, I sent out the links. take a couple super chats real quick, and then we'll look at a couple more comments, and then we'll jump into our first video by Rationality Rules. Gideon's here says, congrats on only being 1 minute plus 1 minute plus 1 minute plus 1 minutes late. Yeah, well, we're always some version of that. Even if it's 20 minutes, you could go plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 and so on. Super duper wingling. Ugh. People trying to destroy the mood here at the beginning. Lemon character. Oh, that's a super sticker. Which, for some reason, they still don't show us the super sticker. They give us a description of the super sticker. Like, the point of having a super... I'm talking to Ecamm here. This is not the person who sent it. This is not your problem. I'm talking to Ecamm, who does the software here. The purpose of a super sticker is so we don't have to read, Ecamm. So if you make us read the description, it kind of defeats the purpose of having the super sticker. So figure it out. I wish you guys had covered the Destiny and Omar Badr debate on counterpoints. Oh, hang on. Do we got AP now? Oh, look. Look what he's reading. This is what atheists read.
Oh.
No, that's actually an important book. We need to go. We need to use some of that. In fact, I need to get that book. That's where it's all this stuff that he said. That's where he made his comment about Islam, right? I think. Is that in that one or different one?
Yes. That one, and also in Albert Speer's Inside the Third Reich. Which
hey, quit saying all this stuff. We're trying to have a good, clean show here for once without all your propaganda. Hey,
yeah, it's talking about the Holocaust.
Hey,
yeah.
AP.
What is it?
You're in kind of an awkward position now because your ideology is pretty close to that. I know you'll have differences and so on, but your ideology is pretty close to that guy. You also get blasted by atheists like Apostate Aladdin. Look at him working with this Christian. Imagine how that would make all the atheists of the world feel, right? So you could catch some trouble if you're sitting here with me and I'm making fun of what's Rationality Rule. Anyone know his real name, by the way? What's his real name?
I thought you were talking about Hitler. No. Rationality Rules, his real name is Stephen Woodford, I think.
Steve. Does it go by Stephen or Steve? Stephen?
He just goes by Stephen. He just goes by Steve.
Okay. We're going to go through the videos of anyway. So you're a big fan of Stephen because he says things that you agree with, but you're friends with me. So this puts you in an awkward position. If you side with him, you'll be betraying me. If you side with me, you'll be going against everything you believe and getting yourself into trouble with the really, really aggressive online atheists. So for purposes of this discussion right here, consider our friendship dissolved for the remainder of this live stream. For the remainder of this live stream.
He's actually I'm actually kind of friends with him. We're
in contact, that's even better.
And we chat, and
nice.
I just talked to him. I just emailed and messaged with him several days ago. So
okay, that's better. So that's your best buddy in the whole world, and he's an atheist. So you guys are like this, and we are mortal enemies for purposes of this because I
just came to humiliate you.
Yeah, I've dissolved our friendship for the remainder of this live stream. As soon as this live stream's over, we're buddies again. As long as this live stream's on, we're mortal enemies. You're friends with him, so you've got that. And ideologically, you're pretty well aligned with him, and therefore, no one can accuse you of being biased in favor of me. Have you seen either one of the videos we're talking about now?
I started watching the beginning of Steven's video. I didn't see much of it, though.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and watch the entire thing, and then we're going to watch the video that he was responding to. And then we're going to take some polls, ladies and gentlemen, on how well people think he did responding to my video. I think this is going to be fun. Let's see. What is this? I wish you guys had covered the Destiny Omar Badr debate on counterpoints instead of the Fresh and Fit. Destiny dropped the hammer on Omar and Ryan Grimm, but the Fresh and Fit was still funny. Did you? I don't even know what that's about. I didn't even know he had a debate.
I saw bits of it. He was humiliating the other guy.
Really?
He was literally humiliating. Yeah, he was humiliating the other guy. He was like making a public mockery of the other guy. Just not even by being aggressive, but by just by bringing out the points and being like, "Oh, you don't know about this? Okay, yeah, you don't care. Okay, all right, yeah, I get it," and then just cranking out all kinds of knowledge and I don't
How
know,
do we
just
how do
destroying
we
the guy.
how do we not go through that? How do we not going through that one?
We should
Okay,
look at
we
it.
will. And so we shall. So
Now you also like Destiny because he said he would choose Christianity
yeah, he's my
if he
best
had to
buddy now.
choose.
He's my
Yeah,
favorite. What is he, an atheist or something? He's my favorite now.
yeah, yeah.
He wanted the good ones. He wanted the good ones. See, you can't accuse me of hating atheists because I likes two of them: the Apostate Prophet and Density.
Yes.
Let's see. Notwithstanding the overblown outrage, do you think Jews killed Jesus is anti-Semitic, or is that like saying Muslims did 9/11 is Islamophobic? Yeah, it's
Hey,
good. It's
fun
going.
fact: Destiny name is also Stephen, by the way.
Oh, interesting.
Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Um, yeah, it is like the Muslims did 9/11, and that you can just be stating something historically. So it's going to depend on your intent. It's going to depend on your intent, whether you are applying something to people in the group in general because of what some people did from a previous time. Yeah, it's going to depend on your intent. So you could say it and have an anti-Semitic intent, or you could just be stating your view that doesn't, and you don't have anything particular against Muslims or Jews or anyone. We're just going through a couple super chats in the beginning while people file in because we don't want anyone to miss any of the video. That's the reason, ladies and gentlemen. And when I later on, when the video afterwards, after the live stream, I'll probably make timestamps so people can see exactly when it starts. But yeah, I don't want to be going into my video and then people missed parts of his and don't know what we're even talking about.
I mean, the whole Jews killed Jesus thing. It's like there's a context in which it can be said, right? When you talk about what happened, but pretty much right now, I can think of very few contexts in which you just would utter the phrase "Jews killed Jesus."
Yeah, that's the thing.
That wouldn't be anti-Semitic.
If someone said it, if someone like who's going to say Jews killed Jesus, like Romans killed Jesus, Romans killed Jesus, like why would you? In what context would you just be blurting that out, right? Greeks persecuted Paul. The Greeks persecuted Paul. What's up with that? Right? What, like, if you're applying this to, you're talking to some Greeks and you're blurting this out, it's going to sound like, I don't know. What's weird is like people usually only do this with Jews, right? They don't do it with any other group that was involved in things from the past. Like even, I mean, you mentioned the Holocaust and so on. I mean, just imagine going, Germans did it. Look what Germans did. Look what Germans did. It would be weird, but I don't know. Yeah, Jews.
Everyone knows Italians killed Jesus, and
yeah, Jews are in this separate category.
Yes.
Heroes, why does Allah need a man, Isa, to return for him to defeat the Dajjal? Is Allah too weak and finite that he can't enter creation to do it himself? Ouch. Allah knows best. Allah knows best. That's the response to everything. David Wood, I love the thumbnail. It looks like you just seen a Smurf knock out a midget. It's called they're called little persons now or something.
Yeah. Don't be rude.
These atheists wouldn't know truth if it came down to earth in human form and told them. That's true. That's what they do. Looking forward to interviewing you guys tomorrow evening. Oh yeah, me and AP are going to be on the Gospel Truth channel tomorrow. So this will be the Gospel Truth. We're actually having a couple of debates on that channel, 2-on-2 versus some Muslims here over the summer. So he's basically going to get to know us ahead of time and get our views ahead of time and so on. So anyway, that'll be tomorrow. I think 8 p.m. I'll have to double check, but yeah, check the channel, The Gospel Truth. We'll be there. Newties. Hey, $500 super chat. My goodness, I'm rich. I get off a hard day's work of being Ali Dawa's personal grape feeder. That smiles to Jenna. I get off a hard day's work of being Ali Dawa's personal grape feeder and wives' whiteboard translator to find this Turkestinian atheist nerd. What's next? The nerd of all nerds, Mike. No, Mike Winger will not be on this. Smacking. It's not smacking my head. What is it? Shaking my head. I expected more from you, Dr. David Woods. Peace be upon you. Now use this jizya and get yourself a toy Bugatti like Andrew Tate and become a top G. I still have been planning to make a Karanagami Bugatti
You should do that.
in honor of Andrew Tate. I keep.
I thought
Well, it is a lot of work. That's a nightmare full. That's a nightmare. That's pretty high level full.
not as I thought you only make super chats on my channel. What is this? What happened?
Yeah, that's good. Let's see. Please watch. Wait. Please watch debate with Dave Smith, Prager, etc. Do you mean for the live streams, or just like, are you telling everyone to watch those debates?
Who's Dave Smith?
I don't know. My ball. Oh, yeah. My balls are not between the backbone and the ribs. Well, the Quran says they are. So who are you going to believe? Valerie says, AP, have you considered a Christian worldview? Our logic is faulty because of sin. So to weigh Christianity fairly, decision based on preponderance of relevant evidence rather than ruling out because of a few arguments.
What? Our logic is faulty because of sin. So to weigh Christianity fairly, decision based on preponderance of relevant evidence rather than ruling out because of a few arguments. I don't understand how that makes sense, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm thinking because I would agree, but everyone believes that our reasoning can be faulty for various reasons, right?
Yes.
Just because we're limited and human and so on, we're biased, we're raised in certain environments and so on. So our reasoning can always be faulty. So it would be weird to say our reasoning is faulty, therefore weigh this, because we would all kind of be in that position to say, hey, we need to be careful with our reasoning and weigh the evidence carefully because our reasoning is false. So anyway, I think everyone agrees that our reasoning is faulty. And so
I agree, but the problem here is if our reasoning is faulty, which I agree with in principle, and why would I dismiss, doubts or arguments against it, but then accept the preponderance of evidence when that might also just appeal to my faulty reasoning and my faulty logic? How could I trust myself in one regard and not trust myself in the other regard?
Yeah. So the takeaway from any position on whether you're talking about sin or like even from a naturalistic perspective, from the perspective of naturalism and how we got here, your cognitive faculties were developed basically to help you find food and find a mate. That's what they were selected for. So when you're applying them to issues of philosophy and science and cosmology and so on, you have to regard them as not exactly made for this sort of thing. And so, but the takeaway is you should be very careful. You should try to be very careful in your reasoning. But that would be the same thing if you think that your reasoning is faulty in other ways, then the takeaway is try to be careful and try to be as unbiased as possible and so on. So.
Yeah, I just think you can't go just into one direction with that. You would have to apply that into both directions, and again end up with problems.
Right. AP and dumb. Hey, here you go. AP and dumb-haired guy. You don't know who he's talking about because I don't insult people's hair. AP and dumb-haired guy should fight to the death to decide who's the king of atheist cringe. There can be only one. How dare he try to dethrone AP? That is a good point.
I don't understand. Dumb-haired guy. When you say dumb-haired guy, I think of myself. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Dumb-haired guy should. Oh, you mean Rationality Rules? Okay, I see. Yeah. Because his hair is like.
Yeah,
okay,
people are making fun of the hair. That's pretty rude. Calls him dumb hair guy. Pretty rude.
The guy looks like a Viking.
But what if I told you that belief in miracles is invalid, regardless of because Hume? That's my favorite David after Mr. Wood. Yes. One of my favorites too. I can disagree with someone on almost everything, and he can still be one of my all-time favorites.
Hume is my homie.
Tarun says, just want to say I have no problem with those who mock Hinduism, but Navabi is a blind devil's advocate and cherry picks when Sri Ram is bad.
Hinduism is kind of ridiculous.
You're gonna have woo, AP's going full atheist now because I told him we're no longer friends, so he doesn't think he has to get along with anybody except for his Rationality Rules friend Steve. And the next Zakir Naik says he's an atheist, so he can't be affected by you ripping a page out of the Quran, but you can't let him get away with insults. Oh, I don't think we have to worry about our good friend Stephen getting away with much. All we have to do is see the videos. Someone here says Jews killed Jesus, but the Jews were Palestinians and Arabs.
I respect Hinduism. See,
hey AP, look at this. Look at this. Hey, you should start up the thing. You should start up the meme. Palestinians killed Jesus. Has anyone done that yet?
Yeah, I mean, people have
Someone
been
already did that.
making jokes about that because say, oh, so there were no Jews in the land; there were Palestinians. So obviously, it must have been the Palestinians who killed Jesus,
Mhm.
and things like that.
And since Jesus was a Jew, Palestinians killed the Jew.
In reality, it was uh, different Jews being responsible for the demand to kill another Jew. It was not a Jews against another guy issue; it was an eternal issue.
Yeah, to say Jews killed Jesus ignores that he was a Jew, and so were his followers at the time, the Romans and the Jewish league. Yeah, that's right. It's like not even an issue. Other people were involved, and you had Jews on both sides of the issue. On the side of the people who were executing Jesus, you had Jews and Gentiles. It makes no sense to point back at people 2,000 years ago and say, "Well, you're responsible for this now." So it's all just silly, and that's why if you hear someone shouting that as something now, it sounds like it seems like we know what the reason is, and it's not trying to make a comment on history.
I mean, isn't where exactly? I'm not sure which text it is, but isn't there a part in the New Testament where Paul talks about how God has not abandoned his people, and
No.
I too am a Jew, or I too am an Israelite, and so on.
There's an interesting part where Paul says that he would gladly be sacrificed for his own people. It was clear like the gospel had impacted him.
Paul was big.
Hey, AP, in the Bible, there's a passage where Jesus said, "Beware of the sitzpinkler, and start standing up for yourself." Hey,
That's my favorite part.
You should make a video. Muhammad war ein Sitzpinkler. That's someone who sits when he pees, right? He sits when he pees.
Yeah. Yes.
Guys, keep in mind, because I always hear, no, it is actually better if you sit on the toilet to pee, because that can avoid splashing. We're not talking about that. He wasn't talking about sitting on a toilet. He's talking about squatting to pee. That does not increase your accuracy. It doesn't. You will ruin your shoes. You'll ruin your sandals. You're going to ruin everything. Hey, check this out. David the Wingling. How do you combine pure awesomeness and pure depravity in one name? David the Wingling. If he called you the worst apologist in the thumbnail. Yeah, I know. I got a picture of it.
Wait.
I'm the worst apologist. What?
He put a question mark next to it.
Yeah, we'll show it. So it's up for debate. But we'll see what possibly the world's worst apologist does just by showing two videos. Eat the God delusion for every insult. Yeah, every time we catch this guy insulting me, we're going to eat a page of the God delusion. That's going to show him. I wanted you guys to cover that debater sometime. We can. For every insult, call Dawkins a lack of testicular fortitude, donkey brain. Okay, we will. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go ahead and jump to the video. I did want to click on just a couple things. So since someone brought up the thumbnail, I have the thumbnail. Here we go. There's the thumbnail of his video. The worst Christian apologist? ? Is it possible? Is this man the worst Christian apologist? There's only one way to find out. We'll have to go through his video. Let me say, in a couple of comments before, because when I was coming in earlier to set up, I looked at how some people were commenting. So you had comments like this from Rogerio. Is Rogerio still here? I hope he's here, because I'd like some feedback from you. I'd like to get follow-up, Rogerio, after we go through both videos. Rogerio says, RR was spot on the video. David Wood undeniably commits the fallacies that RR mentioned. Down with I'm down with D Wood against Islamic ideology. Still not D Wood nor anyone else has sound and valid arguments in favor of a G. If you want to follow Christianity, fine by me, but don't pretend you have valid and sound arguments regarding its veracity, because you don't. Where was RR wrong in his review? Point to the faulty reasoning. Oh, I think we're going to see some faulty reasoning, RR. We'll revisit that. We'll revisit that later.
Learning Nigeria. Learning.
Here we have some comments from people who apparently actually watched the videos. This should be interesting. I somehow stumbled upon RR's video, and he only responds to the first 2 minutes of David Wood's 26-minute video. Don't think he linked the original video for context either. That's strange. I've seen him, and he's a pick and choose winner. He does this with everybody and thinks he's the golden child. That's the same thing he did with IP once. He literally doesn't cover any of David's actual points. We're going to see, does he actually cover any of my arguments? We'll do a poll at the end if he actually covered my arguments. He literally doesn't cover any of David's actual points, just his intro, manipulating his fans into thinking David is super dumb and he's super smart. Uh-oh, I hope that's not what happened in his video, because that would affect my view of atheists everywhere. And I would conclude that all atheists do this, every atheist on the planet. And finally, Brand Smith here. Again, these were comments like, I don't know, what was this, an hour ago or something like that, when I was getting the clips ready and stuff. Will be interesting to see how D. Wood reacts to the absolute dismantling of his arguments by Rationality Rules.
I just don't understand one thing. Like, why is Rogerio talking about valid arguments for a G, for a gangster?
We got
nothing to do with
we know that. How can why does Top G even need an argument? What he's got a Bugatti as his argument. That's the argument. Can you refute a Bugatti? No. All right, are we ready to jump into this? I think we've got everyone now. Yes. We've got everyone here. We're ready to go. Let me take this down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to watch all of the Rationality Rules video. Then we're going to watch my video, and we'll look and see whether it is good refutation. Probably stop this every, 45 seconds to a minute or so. And matter of fact, I will take some notes. I want to take notes so I can, with some time stamps, so I can find out.
There's just one thing. Like, why
go back to some stuff? What?
You see here how David always acts like he's a tough guy and all that, but then he is an apologist. Like, he literally, his whole time consists of apologizing. Like, sorry.
Yeah, I saw that in the chat. David, are you apologizing? I always hope we've moved past that. There are even some Christians that say, we don't apologize for the gospel, and they're talking about apologetics. Guys, apologetics has nothing to do with apologizing. It was a court term.
Just stop apologizing.
It was a court term, apologion. It referred to the defense you give against the opposition. So the prosecutor brings the charges. Your lawyer, the defense lawyer, gives his apology, which is his defense against the charges. Plato's Apology. If you read Plato's Apology, it's about Socrates. Socrates is not apologizing. He enrages them and they execute him. In fact,
what it's actually about is that Apollo was a gangster. That's what that is about.
He was.
Apology.
It's super funny. The funniest part of all that, except for Socrates talking trash the entire time, is after you're convicted, you get to suggest what your punishment's going to be, and then there'll be a discussion over what the appropriate punishment would be. And so anyway, Socrates is sentenced. Socrates is found guilty of crimes for which there will be a death penalty, but he can suggest an alternative, and he suggests free meals for life. Like further enraging them. Anyway, that's some funny stuff. But yeah, let's go ahead and jump into this video by Rationality Rules. And he's gonna be just completely wrecking me. I have to say that having a verifiable miracle and God's stamp of approval at the core of Christianity is like watching a bunch of people scrambling around to find some buried treasure when you've got the missing piece of the treasure map.
And I'm sure that Muslims, Hindus, religious Jews, Buddhists, Sikhs, Zoroastrians, and countless other religious groups are equally confident that the religion of their geography is the correct one. Each of these religions has its own set of extraordinary claims, alleged miracles, and supposed treasure maps to life's ultimate truths. For Muslims, there's the journey of Muhammad to Jerusalem and his ascension to heaven. For Hindus, it's the divine intervention of Lord Krishna and the cosmic dance of Lord Shiva. Religious Jews celebrate the parting of the Red Sea and the revelations at Mount Sinai. Buddhists revere the Buddha's enlightenment under the Budhai tree and his teachings on the path to nirvana. Each of these faiths has adherents who are just as convinced, just as certain, that they alone hold the keys to life's greatest mysteries.
I must object. Go ahead.
So, again, we will pause periodically to make sure everyone understands. This is going to be a recurring theme, and I'm guessing, again, this is the only video I've ever seen from him. I'm guessing he will always do this anytime someone's making a claim. So I said, having a verifiable miracle at the core. I said something about a verifiable miracle. And he says, but all these other people think they have things. We're going to get into this because for those of you who've seen the video, the point of the video is other things don't normally have this. And he acts like we're just talking about belief here. Oh, I believe this, but other people believe other things. Dude, I'm totally willing. I interact with Muslims all the time saying, what do you have that's like this? And matter of fact, Rationality Rules fans out there, by the end of all of this, I will ask you guys to show me, since his go-to move over and over again is, but you say this, but other people would say that, ignoring what I'm actually saying. This is going to happen over and over again. But other people believe this without actually showing what it is that some other group believes that is comparable to this. Because you'll see, when I'm talking about the resurrection, I'm talking about something that you can investigate historically using early sources and go to scholars, even non-Christian scholars, atheists and agnostics, who will agree with the points that you're making that you would use to build your case. If you say, well, it's like Muslims believing that Muhammad flew as a magic donkey monster to Jerusalem. Really? You've got really early sources talking about that. You've got really early sources, and you have a number of atheists and agnostic scholars who grant that various elements of the story are true, and they would verify this and say it's indisputable fact. Really? And same thing for other things of Buddhists and Hindus. They have these things. They have these things that even atheists and agnostic scholars say, yes, actually, these guys are right about this. And you've got the early sources. Yes. You are. It's going to be interesting.
Yes. Okay. So, here is my objection to it.
To me or to him?
To him.
Who are you objecting to? You're objecting to him. You're his best friend. And I said we're enemies for the rest of the show. Go.
Well, it is true that there is one thing. So your argument is terrible. Mm-hmm. However, his response to the argument is not necessarily good.
That's
because
true.
One of the examples that he gives, for example, is the parting of the sea in the Exodus mm-hmm. story, which is just. It's a weird example to give because like if we could prove that it actually happened, which by the way we historically can't, then it wouldn't take anything away from Christianity at all. On the contrary, it would probably help further confirm Christian beliefs.
Yeah, and because you brought that up, because again, this is going to happen over and over again. My point is, hey, we've actually got something here that we can verify, and that's rare. It's actually rare to say that something thousands of years ago we can actually examine historically and find the evidence for it and prove it and use it to build a case. I'm saying, hey, this is one of the rare instances where we can do that. And his response is, so what about Muhammad taking the night journey? Well, guess what? It's not like that. It's not that Muhammad's night journey is not like what I just said. The parting of the Red Sea. Hey, Pete, do you see Jews going around? We've got the proof right here. We've got the proof. Those of you who are doubting Judaism, we got the proof. This is why you need to believe it, because we got this proof that even atheists and agnostics agree on with that proves that the Red Sea was parted. How frequently did you catch that?
That's faulty at the core, because Jews don't really care about the proof, and Jews don't really argue from such a position. Like, no, this is true because there is proof. Therefore, we should believe in it. It's not like in the Jewish worldview, belief and proving the belief, finding proof is not that big of a concern. Mm-hmm. The other thing is again with the Buddha, for example, he's talking about the Buddha and the manifestation of the Buddha under the tree, undergoing this miracle of I don't know. He's trying out the rich life and the poor life and whatever it is. But a miracle that happened according to legends, there is nothing at all that can be used as evidence for what happened to the Buddha. It is all based on legends. Even Buddhists themselves, don't attempt to prove that it actually happened. So there, Stephen, I would say, misses the point of what you were saying.
Yeah. And so you can disagree with me, Stephen. You could disagree with me and say, no, I don't think you've proven this or that, or it's not verifiable, or I disagree with this or that step of your argument or something like that. You could say something like that. But there is this tendency from one particular group of atheists, of whom you are definitely a member, to basically say all religions are basically all on the same page at all times on all issues of evidence. No, they're not. You don't have to agree with any particular religion to acknowledge differences. There are differences. Every religion out there is different from every other one in certain ways. You don't have to pretend that they don't. And if you pretend that they're all the same, I don't know. It seems like kind of a delusion, though, isn't it? I don't know.
Yeah, I want to say one thing, which is so Yaron L in the chat said, "AP, you're wrong. Judaism encourages the whole point of Judaism is seeking the truth." I realized that the way I put that earlier might lead to misunderstandings. So what I'm saying when I talk about when I say that in Judaism that is not big of a concern is not that Judaism doesn't care about truth. No, it's very fundamental in Judaism, the pursuit of truth, which is also what matters to even religious activities in the Holy Land in Jerusalem right now, with exploring the land and finding more and more to connect to the past. But Judaism itself doesn't rely on as much as Christianity or Islam, for example, on this incident that happened 1,000 or 2,000 years ago definitely happened, and we can prove it. Therefore, we have to believe. So that is not the point of Judaism. That's what I mean. I don't know if I'm clear on that.
Yeah, and as far as apologetics and archaeological apologetics and so on, you will have people who try to defend these things to show that they're true and stuff. But it's very rare for people from a Christian or Jewish background or Muslim backgrounds. They all believe that there's this Exodus. It's very rare to go and say this is our evidence that proves our position. Yes. You don't see that a lot, and you don't see it a lot from Jews. So far, right out of the gate, I say we have a verifiable miracle, and then I spend the rest of the video explaining how it's actually verifiable. Sadly, as we're going to see, he ignores every single argument I actually make, every single piece of evidence I actually make, and pretends I just say, well, it's in the Bible. That's what he pretends. I'm not joking. He pretends I say that my entire case is, well, it's right here in the Bible.
But so far you haven't proven that Christianity is irrefutable evidence.
I haven't even proven that God exists. All right, I backed it up a little bit because we want to make sure we have all of Stephen's brilliant points. Let's go.
Convinced, just as certain, that they alone hold the keys to life's greatest mysteries. They watched the rest of us, including you, David, scrambling around in the dark, missing the obvious truth that their specific religion is the right one. So what makes your religion special?
Well, I spend the entire video addressing that, Stephen, and sadly, you ignore every single argument I give on this. But let's go.
Please, tell us.
I did tell you, and you acted like I didn't. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. I don't want to jump the gun because we'll let everyone see.
You've got the missing piece of the treasure map. The piece where X, or rather a cross, marks the spot.
Say how cringe it is.
Well, what do we have here? A wild claim from David Wood, the Christian apologist extraordinaire who runs the YouTube channel.
Yeah,
it is a little bit corny, but it's not that cringe.
It's an Easter video. It's an Easter message. This is my Easter message for people. It's a Christian holiday. This was a Christian holiday message about the resurrection. I reserve the right to be a little corny sometimes. Shame on you. You see, the Christians are corny. This is the proof. Rather be corny than completely deceptive there, Stephen, but we haven't proven that you're deceptive yet. We'll see.
Apologetics Roadshow. In his video, The Resurrection of Jesus, Fact or Fiction, David makes some bold assertions about the supposed truth of Christianity. But here's the thing. Confidence doesn't equal correctness. And as we're about to see, David's arguments in this video are a masterclass in fallacious reasoning and rhetoric.
Guys, so he says he's addressing the arguments. I
David
think
is doing this deliberately because he knows fallacies. He's trying to present fallacies. That's what. Just kidding. Go ahead.
yeah. So guys, look at what he just said. He said my arguments, and I'm saying this because I'm not aware of him addressing any of the actual arguments I gave, but he says my arguments are horribly fallacious. Interesting. Let's go.
So I'm getting my game ready because we are going to need the fallacy cards in this.
I
What
didn't
I
see
will
what
say
he has,
to
'cause I
you,
wasn't really
my
watching.
fellow apes, is buckle up because we're about to hear
Hold up. What was that?
Stephen, be careful.
see David's arguments in this video are a masterclass in fallacious reasoning and rhetoric. So I'm getting my game ready because we are going to need the
He's got a debunked game. I wasn't paying
Yes.
terribly close attention to this. I saw
He
the
has
I saw the Michael Scott thing, but I was basically doing back stretches and stuff while listening to it. Debunked. What is that? There's a game called Debunked.
He created his own card game called Debunked, where I think you pull out a certain argument and then the other side tells you which fallacy that is and so on. It's kind of funny.
It's like Magic the Gathering, Logic the Gathering, ladies and gentlemen. He's got his Logic the Gathering cards.
It's a very good game.
His Logic the Gathering. All right. So he's going to he's going to be okay.
fallacy cards in this. What I will say
They're fallacy card. Okay, that makes sense. So again,
That's what I just said.
I wasn't actually watching most of it. I was listening. So I'm guessing that when he's giving the fallacies that he's pulling cards from his Logic the Gathering deck.
you, my fellow apes, is buckle up because we're about to hear his introduction.
The resurrection of Jesus offers answers to more of the big questions than any other event in history. Does God exist? If so, does he care about us? Is there life after death? Do miracles occur? Can we know what's true? Does life have meaning? How should we live?
Of course.
We had our answers to these questions when a group of women showed up at the tomb of Jesus and were greeted by an angel who said, "Do not be afraid, for I know that you are looking for Jesus who was crucified. He is not here, he has risen, just as he said."
Alright, so already within his opening, David has issued some very bold assertions that can be easily missed, but worry not, for we will pause to unpack them. He claims that the resurrection of Jesus provides answers.
This is interesting because I lay out an entire case for things, and he just goes with like how I introduced the top. Guys, that's an introduction. Do you understand the issue here? Because I'm wondering if other people see this the same way he's saying it. Okay, so in my Muhammad Ali video, at some point I say Muhammad Ali was the greatest heavyweight boxer of all time. Notice I didn't offer a defense of that. I didn't prove that. It's just I'm giving my thoughts on Muhammad Ali. My view, he's the greatest heavyweight boxer of all time. I wouldn't call him the best boxer of all time. I'd call him the best heavyweight of all time. That would be debatable. If you wanted to challenge me on it, you could say, David, what are your reasons for it? And we could discuss the reasons and so on. But if I'm kind of breaking down a topic or something like that, and I say something like, or if I was making a video on Isaac Newton, I said Isaac Newton is the greatest scientist of all time, and you jumped on that and started saying it's fallacious or something like that, like I'm going to expose your fallacies here. Anyway, I wasn't aware that if you've got an Easter message and you're saying something, then your opening words cannot be uttered without defending them prior to actually getting into your defense. Like you can't say anything at the beginning because then it would be. What do you want to let him finish?
Here is the thing, David. When we sometimes pull up videos and watch them during live streams, for example, we start watching videos, especially by Muslim apologists. When we start watching them, it does happen quite frequently that without even them going fully into the argument, we already begin responding to the assertions and the remarks and the commentary and so on that they make. So here in the beginning, he is already beginning to kind of address the things that you say, and thereby not being fallacious, but raising objections that he already has on his mind without waiting for the full unveiling and the uncovering of the argument. We do the same thing sometimes, and or actually quite frequently. So that's what's happening, but I'm not sure how the video in its entirety.
Yeah,
is.
it's just weird to me because I remember he starts, he committed a fallacy here and a fallacy there, and it's like my opening remarks, and it's just like, so in other words, it would be like if I just made a comment, like suppose it's some Mother's Day is coming up. Suppose I said, it's Mother's Day coming up. I really love my wife, and then I go on to talk about Mother's Day or something like that. You say, what? You said you love your wife? What, you haven't given an argument for that? What's the proof? Oh, we're supposed to just trust you? Why should we trust you? Oh, because you're a nice guy who loves his wife. Oh, but how do we know you love your wife? Oh, because you said it. Oh, we're supposed to believe you. Why should we believe you? Oh, because you said it. Oh, why should we trust you? Oh, because you say you're a nice guy who loves his wife. Oh my goodness, this is circular reasoning. Dude, if an argument has... The point of applying fallacies is applying them to arguments. If I just state like my perspective on something and haven't given an argument, you could challenge me. You can ask me for an argument. You could say, hey, David, why do you believe that? Like if you were... Oh, okay, we'll just let him go. This is just weird to me. So general rule, guys, if you're saying a fallacy has been committed, that's supposed to be a fallacy in some argument. If you're stating your view of something and you haven't given an argument, it's kind of weird to say, here's the fallacy, because you have to infer the argument. And if the person hasn't given the argument, you don't know if you've actually got the argument right. But anyway, so in my opening, I'm explaining why I think the resurrection is important. Now, if you were to ask me, David, why do you say this answers all these questions like, does God exist and so on? I could explain that, but that wasn't the point of the video. The point of my intro is to explain the significance of the thing we're about to investigate. And what you're going to find is he jumps on everything I say at the beginning and completely ignores my actual case for anything for the rest of the video.
Why are you stuttering?
Why are you stuttering?
I kind of want to rehear what you said and what he precisely here responds to.
Well, yeah. So, okay, I can back it up. But we're going to watch my entire video. We're going to watch my entire video.
More of the big questions than any other event in history. Does God exist? If so, does he care about us? Is there life after death? Do miracles occur? Can we know what's true? Does life have meaning? How should we live? We had our answers to these questions when a group of women showed up at the tomb of Jesus and were greeted by an angel who said, "Do not be afraid, for I know that you are looking for Jesus who was crucified. He is not here, he has risen, just as he said."
All right.
So AP, so what I was saying, and I think those are my opening words. I think those are the first words I say. It's the resurrection of Jesus. If this turns out to be the case, which is what I'm going to be arguing there, it's connected to a bunch of other, it has implications for all kinds of other issues. And then he's going to say, well, I didn't prove that it has implications for all those other kinds of issues.
Yeah, it goes a little bit further than an introduction, to be honest. But let's see what he says in response.
So already within his opening, David has issued some very bold assertions that can be easily missed. But worry not, for we will pause to unpack them. He claims that the resurrection of Jesus provides answers to some of the most profound questions in history, starting with the proof of God's existence.
Does God exist?
However, the leap from Jesus' resurrection...
I agree. I did not give an argument. I was stating my view of the significance of the resurrection. If you want my argument for why I think that, for what I think the connection is, you could ask, just like if I say Muhammad Ali was the greatest boxer in history and you disagree with me, you can say, why do you think that? All right, but let's go.
To the definitive existence of God.
He's giving us observation. He's giving his observation about your observation. So what's the problem?
Mm-hmm. I'm backing it up.
We will pause to unpack them. He claims that the resurrection of Jesus provides answers to some of the most profound questions in history, starting with the proof of God's existence.
Does God exist?
However, the leap from Jesus' resurrection to the definitive existence of God is, to put it bluntly, a basic logical fallacy, and a very obvious one at that.
What's the fallacy?
It's a non sequitur. It's simple.
Hold up. Back up a few seconds.
Some of the most profound questions in history, starting with the proof of God's existence.
Does God exist?
However, the leap from Jesus' resurrection to the definitive existence of God is, to put it bluntly, a basic logical fallacy, and a very obvious one at that. It's a non sequitur. It simply doesn't.
Hey,
Okay, nothing wrong so far, but based on what? Okay.
no, he calls that a non sequitur. So he's acting like I gave an argument. If I wanted to give you an argument, if I wanted to give an argument, which I was not doing, the rest of my video is my argument. But if you just want to take my personal view, which I start off by saying this, if you wanted the connection, okay, if you have a guy, so if I were to flesh this out, it would go something like this. If you establish Jesus' resurrection from the dead, in other words, if you have the resurrection, if someone miraculously rises from the dead, seems like that it seems like now you have a supernatural event. If this is some important event in history, important enough that this guy is somehow getting the stamp of approval of whatever supernatural forces are out there, it seems like this guy's getting the stamp of approval on his message. If this is some important event in history such that whatever supernatural forces exist are putting their stamp of approval on this guy's message, seems like his message would be somehow preserved if it's that important that someone's rising from the dead. If you go ahead and examine the claims that this guy is making, and he's the one who predicts that he's rising from the dead, and then he actually rises from the dead, seems like you've got some confirmation of his message about whatever supernatural forces out there. And so it seems like that would be a pretty good case for God's existence. And so that would be some of the yes, you would have to flesh all of that out. That wasn't what I was trying to do there. I didn't give you any of that. I didn't give you an argument. I just said this is important. This is an important issue because these are the areas where it would affect our belief on. And then, you've committed a fallacy. I didn't give an argument. What the heck is wrong with
observation? So you made an observation, right? And he's making an observation. You could say that maybe with a little bit of hubris and assumptions, but he's making an assertion that that there is indeed a leap that is being made because he sees coming what you are going to argue and how you are going to connect these two things. And he's making an assertion. You could accuse him of being too arrogant and stepping too far. But you cannot accuse him of being illogical and incoherent.
Yeah, well, applying logical fallacies when no argument has been offered, that is yeah. I'm going to be honest. I think this guy's a walking fallacy, but let's go ahead and so anyway, the point is, if we have a verifiable miracle here, it touches on a lot of other big issues. That's it. That's what I said. I have no idea why someone would object to that. If Muhammad, look, I'm a Christian, but I'll say, if Muhammad flew his flying donkey monster to Jerusalem and did these things and flew up to the heavens, and that's all true, that has some profound implications for a lot of other issues about God and miracles and everything else. If it happened, I have no idea why I would have to object to that and say, no, it's a fallacy to think that would be connected to anything else. But that's AP0 here.
The fact is, if Jesus did resurrect, then while this would provide some evidence in favor of Christianity's claims, it would not prove the existence of God.
We have a.
I agree with you.
Yeah, but dude, do you have any idea how stupid that was? I have no idea what he's thinking of in terms of this would not prove that. Like you'd have to actually flesh things out. I agree completely. I did not say, hey, oh my goodness. I don't even know how to respond. What does he mean by a proof? AP, there are atheists out there like
you are doing what you think he's doing, or you're doing what he actually did. You're both wrong here. He's overstepping and he's jumping the gun, and you are doing it too.
I'm introducing a topic by saying this is a big topic. If this happened, it's big. It's big.
Yes.
It's a big event that's connected to lots of other things. Not saying you wouldn't have to flesh out arguments, but me stating my view is not me. Here's my airtight argument as I would give it based on this thing. It's, hey guys, this is why this is important.
I would say that he is wrong on one issue, which is that you could. So at this point, you haven't presented your argument as to why the resurrection, if confirmed and documented, leads to the conclusion that there is a God and that Christianity is true. You have only talked about the role that it has. He jumps the gun and says, even if we affirmed that the resurrection happened, this would not prove the existence of God. Yes, that's correct, but that is not what you asserted, or that is not what you said.
I said this gives answers to the question.
Yes,
In other words, and I specifically,
argument first.
yeah, I specifically referred to the original witness. So these people who are walking around, they hear Jesus and he's talking about God and he's talking about judgment and so on, and he's saying that he's going to rise from the dead. That guy rises from the dead. If you were an atheist and didn't believe in him before or something like that, I would say you got a pretty good reason there to start believing what this guy says. Yes. I would say that. I would argue that, but. Rationality Rules, I wasn't making some argument. I was saying, hey, we're about to get into something that affects a lot of other areas, which, oddly enough, never actually gets into the actual argument.
Conclusion that an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-loving creative conscious being exists does not, at all, follow from the premise that a man called Jesus resurrected.
Didn't say it did.
Correct, but...
didn't say it did.
David didn't make that claim.
And here's the thing. David would easily recognize such an error from an opposing religious person. Suppose a Hindu insisted that since the...
And I'm pretty sure, David, that you do recognize that, but that's the problem. You also never made that claim, right?
Yeah. And hypothetically, if I were an atheist, and I found out that Muhammad's going around talking about Allah and so on, and then he actually shoots water out of his fingers and he rides his flying donkey monster to Jerusalem and he does all these miraculous things, yes, I would believe that makes a case for his religion. I would think that makes a case for the existence of God. I don't know what he's thinking about proof, because sometimes atheists dial it all up and they're like demanding like 100% proof. You can't doubt, and that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean by proof. We don't have that kind of proof for most things. Matter of fact, if I believe I'm on a live stream right now, could I be dreaming? Yes. Could powerful beings be tricking me into thinking that I'm in a live stream right now? Yes. Could Allah be tricking me into thinking that I'm on a live stream right now? Yes. So do I have proof that I'm in a live stream? Yes, I would say yes. It's not, but it doesn't mean that there's no possible way I could be wrong. So anyway, if I saw a verifiable miracle for some other position, I would think that is something very, very serious that we need to look into. But I'm not aware of anything in other positions. Now, so the question is he giving miracles of the sort that I'm about to discuss in my video?
Garden Hill was lifted into the air. This proves that Lord Krishna exists. David, nor any Christian...
AP, do you have atheists and agnostic scholars who examine the evidence and say that it's indisputably true that hill was lifted into the air? Are you aware of that?
Nope.
Yeah.
But I have examples of the Hindu miracle in the 90s, which is called was it milk miracle, milk drinking miracle, or something like that.
Interesting.
Where it was argued that Ganesha statues around the world were drinking milk when it was put in front of them, and scientists actually went into analyzing how in the world that happened, and there are different theories but no proper conclusions to it, and so on. Yeah.
Interesting. Would buy such a leap of nonsense, and yet when it comes to Jesus, they discard their critical faculties like it's a hot potato. So far,
just to be clear, guys, he's saying we discard our critical faculties when it comes to our beliefs and things like the resurrection and so on. We'll see.
Then we've got a non sequitur. But David didn't stop there, did he?
If so, does he care about us?
The second claim that David made is that if Jesus sacrificed himself, it proves that God cares about us. However, the connection between the resurrection and the integrity of Jesus' teachings, including David's other claims of the promise of an afterlife,
is there life after death,
and the meaningfulness of life with a divine dictator,
does life have meaning,
is unfounded. We're staring at...
Do you hear this? Okay, if Jesus died and he rose from the dead, and I say we have an answer to whether there's life after death, he says no. I didn't even give an argument. I just said this is one of the things that it's connected to. We have an answer to that question. I didn't claim that just by me saying it, this is some like slam dunk proof. AP, if you were aware of Jesus and you had seen him crucified, executed, so he's nailed to a cross, he's dead, he stops breathing, his blood's all over the place, and then he appears to you later on, and somehow you verify that would that or would that not affect your belief in an afterlife? Or at least life after death. At that point, doesn't even mean what our afterlife is like, because you'd have to connect that to Jesus' claims and so on. But would that affect your belief that there's life after death?
Effect is a good question. It would make me ponder about, or make me reconsider and rethink about the essence and the nature of life and the existence of an afterlife or a life beyond, whatever. But it wouldn't necessarily confirm that there is life after death.
So if you're walking around with Jesus, if you're a disciple, you're walking around with Jesus, and he's talking about life after death and so on, and that there's a resurrection, and he says that he's going to rise from the dead, and then he dies, and you know he's dead, and then he appears to you, and he's alive. Could I, and I were walking with you, and I'd say, wow, you and me we're just wondering if there's life after death, and this guy who's been telling us about life after death and said he was going to rise from the dead, now he's here after dying. And I said, I guess that answers my question. Would you think I committed a logical fallacy? Even if it didn't convince you, would you think I'm committing a logical fallacy by saying, you know, if that guy rose from the dead and he's the one telling me this stuff and I wasn't sure, now I think I have my answer? Because that's all I said. I said,
no, it would be because it could be considered strong evidence for that. So it wouldn't be. I don't think that there's. I don't.
So
think
the point, yeah. The only point is if I say, hey, this answers a lot of questions I have.
Mm-hmm.
You could say, okay, it answers. What is this demonstrable proof to a skeptic who's going to be looking for? Oh no, I didn't say that. So this is the answer.
Well, it would be considered considerable or strong supporting evidence. So yeah, I don't think it would be incoherent.
Yeah, so I don't think it. I'll bring this up. I'll bring this up later. Rationality rules. The point of learning fallacies is not to rush out and attack everything you disagree with. That's not the point of it. Because I think that I see the same thing from the Dawa guys. They'll learn the name of a couple fallacies and they'll just run around applying them, and not even making an effort to understand what anyone's saying. Not even asking, "Hey, could you clarify what you mean here?" None of that. Just fallacy. We'll see.
You just
more.
You just made a hasty generalization fallacy, David.
Oh, you see? No, I didn't.
Non sequiturs. These are obvious errors that David would never accept from another religious person, would he? But we're not.
I absolutely would. If a Muslim is saying, guys, if we have proof of Muhammad's night journey, this answers a lot of questions about what's true and so I would agree. It does not mean I at the end of the day, I might still reject it for other reasons, but I would say that's connected to all that stuff. It is. It is. So no, yes. I wouldn't do what you say. But again, it's an ongoing theme with him. He has to say, basically, if you're a Christian, you mindlessly accept Christian claims and reject everyone else's claims. And you're skeptical of everyone else's claims, but you're completely gullible of your own. Even though I spend almost the entire video giving arguments and evidence and scholars, and he never touches it. He never touches it.
Done with David's opening yet? Oh no. To prove these extraordinary claims, what did he give us? That's right. He read the Bible.
We had our...
Did you hear that? Did you just hear that? To prove these claims...
That was bad.
That was bad.
I must say that was bad because David didn't really attempt to prove anything yet.
Yeah. All he gives us is the Bible. Did he say... Because, dude, I know you're your buddy and stuff. I regard this as massively deceptive, given what I said for the rest of the video, whichever.
Unfounded. We're staring at 3 more non sequiturs. These are obvious errors that David would never accept from another religious person.
Right. I wouldn't accept non sequiturs, but if someone just said, hey, this is how this connects to other things, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
But we're not done with...
In other words, I would be more concerned with their claim about whether a miracle has occurred and whether they can verify it.
David's opening yet? Oh no. To prove these extraordinary claims, what did he give us? That's right. He read the...
To prove these extraordinary claims, he gave us the Bible.
We had our answers to these questions when a group of women showed up at the tomb of Jesus and were greeted by an angel.
The issue here is palpable, right? Please, do tell me that it's obvious. And yet, it's not for David. He's committing a classic logical fallacy known as begging the question. This occurs when someone assumes the truth of their conclusion in their premise.
He thinks I just gave an argument, right? So he thinks I offered an argument. I said, okay, here's my claim. Well, how do you know that? Because of this. Well, how do you know that? Because of my original claim. Thinks I'm arguing in a circle. I didn't offer an argument yet. Rationality Rules. That's the rest of the video. This is my introduction to an Easter message. I don't know how.
Words
Yeah,
they
I would say
use,
that Stephen here is indeed, as we have pointed out, jumping the gun.
Don't
and
insult
being being too quick, being too hasty to come
You
to
haven't
a
seen anything
conclusion
yet, dude.
here. It could be that Stephen actually did not watch your entire video and did attempt to simply debunk it by making these assumptions about what you have
By
said
watching
so
the
far,
first minute.
thinking this will be it, but I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see.
reasoning. To make it extremely clear, if I said the Bible is true because it's the word of God, and we know that it's the word of God
Is that what I
because
said?
the Bible
said it's
says
true.
so, I'd be begging the question. I'd be assuming the truth of the Bible.
What if you're talking about a topic and you quote the Bible as part of your introduction to the issue that you're going to be discussing for the rest of the video? Would that be circular reasoning? If no argument has been presented yet, you haven't even gotten to your argument, would that be circular?
Yeah, I don't agree that this is circular reasoning.
Yeah, it's not. This is what I mean. And guys, I'm completely, really serious here. Because you have people who learn logic in order to understand arguments, in order to make sure, like there's a saying, an argument is a valid argument is like a refrigerator, right? It's like it preserves something. It's supposed to preserve something. A good argument, a valid argument form is supposed to preserve the truth of the premises and to carry that over into the conclusion. A bad argument, so an invalid argument structure, you can actually get a false conclusion from true premises and so on. And so you've got this issue here. That some people learn logic in order to study arguments and to make sure that when you present an argument, it's good. Other people learn some things to go and attack positions, even when an argument's not being made, just so they can sound, because they know their audience is impressed. Whoa, what a great point. Whoa. Oh, he named a fallacy. I don't understand it. I don't understand logic. I don't understand what was said. I don't understand what was claimed. But yeah, he named a fallacy, so he must have done my thinking for me. It's an ongoing problem. Again, I see this with, really anyone can do this. I'm sure there are Christians who do this as well. I definitely see it from a couple of the Dawa guys, but they're not learning arguments so that they can make sure that they're dealing with good arguments. They use it to sound like they're debunking other arguments when they're not. That's what they learn fallacies so that they can sound like they're debunking another person's position when they're not.
The problem is, how is it a fallacy when there is parental consent?
That's true. Now let's go.
To prove the truth of the Bible. It's a logical loop that proves nothing. This is precisely what David is doing here. He's quoting...
Did you hear that? He says, if you use the Bible to prove the Bible, you're engaging, and this is precisely what David is doing here.
The Bible, the very text he's trying to validate as proof of its own claims. He's assuming the Bible is true to argue that the Bible is true. And here's the thing. David
have not offered an argument. I introduced a topic by quoting a verse about the resurrection, which is the topic I'm about to discuss.
David
But
would reject
he already knows that you will use the Bible as evidence to prove your point, which is then invalid and thereby a fallacy. So
kind of fallacious reasoning from Muslims. He'd laugh in their face if they quoted the Quran to establish the alleged miracles of Muhammad.
No,
true.
Actually, no. Hey, Rationality Rules. If a Muslim is giving a presentation on why he believes the night journey occurred, and he starts off by quoting the opening verses of Surah 17, which most Muslims believe is about the night journey. He just starts by quoting this. And then later he gets to his actual argument. I will not jump all over the quotation and say, oh, but you didn't prove that the Quran is the word of God. This is circular reasoning. If you just quote it to introduce the topic, that's not an argument. It doesn't have a fallacy. An argument hasn't been presented. The argument comes later.
But when he does the same thing for Christianity,
Didn't do it.
suddenly, what? It's a Giga Chad move. Come on, David.
Come
you can't have your
on.
cake and eat it too. Surely Christians can see this.
Mm.
Come on.
Oh, Christians
the
are about
extra
to see
layer
something.
of absurdity here is that David isn't just quoting any part of the Bible. No, he's quoting a segment that features an angel. An angel. He's using a supernatural claim.
But he didn't prove that angels exist before quoting this to introduce the topic of the resurrection.
In the Bible to prove the supernatural claims of the Bible.
He just said I was quoting this to prove the supernatural claims of the Bible. Anyway.
The circularity is glaring. This is akin to trying to prove the existence of Hogwarts by quoting a Harry Potter passage that features a goblin in it.
They're goblins, Harry.
Okay, let's reel ourselves back in.
Now,
These assertions from David.
Huh?
that's not true because the story of Harry Potter is not one that is actually believed to be true, and does not make the assertion that there is actually such a world. It is a deliberately fictional story, whereas the Bible records would be accepted and presented as an attempt or an account to deliver something that certain people, or especially the authors, say happened. So that would be a false equivalency. That is a fallacy by Stephen Woodford.
This is from your best friend, Stephen.
So that would be fallacious. And this is an argument that some atheists make. And whenever I hear that argument, when atheists make it, no matter how much I love them, I think to myself, nope, that's not how it works.
Yeah,
that's a
kind
fallacy.
of cringe, isn't it? Kind of cringe. Is that the word? Cringe. All right.
It's kind of cringe. Not as cringe as the arguments for God and all that, but however, it is still cringe. That said, a better example would be something that is definitely not that. But yeah, we'll see where it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Reveal the oh-so-frequently poor reasoning of apologetics, which contributes to skepticism among scholars and the growing atheism in scientific and philosophical circles. We have so far, then, a tower of four
fallacies when not one argument has been given.
The question, like, my goodness. And remember, my fellow apes, this is just the first 40 seconds of one of David's videos. We're going to rival the Tower of Babel at this rate.
I have to say that
he didn't prove the Tower of Babel. He didn't prove that there's a Tower of Babel, and he talks about it. He didn't prove that there's a Tower of Babel, and he just said it rivals the Tower of Babel. How can he say that? He hasn't proved it.
having a verifiable miracle and God's stamp of approval at the core of Christianity is like watching a bunch of people scrambling around to find some buried treasure when you've got the missing piece of the treasure map. The piece where X, or rather a cross,
look at the chat.
marks the spot.
Chat.
And I have to say,
In the chat, Gentle Giant Joe says, absolute idiocy from AP and David. You religious nutcases are delusional.
Oh, cool. Well, that's cool. Yeah. At least we're honest, though.
Religious nutcases.
Yeah, we're religious nutcases. You, AP, you religious nutcase. We see what you're wearing.
Yes.
David, do you really think you're alone in such confidence? Do you not think that, say, the Buddhist, the Hindu, or even the religious Jew is certain that they have the treasure of life, as they watch you and me scrambling around in vain? This humble Christian...
Everything comes down to, if you say something, then you're just giving your perspective, and other people have a different perspective. Yeah, so the issue here, Stephen, is... I spend literally the rest of the video making an argument to show why I believe something. You don't touch any of it and act like you've refuted it based on my opening remarks of why the issue is significant, where I wasn't offering any arguments at all. And if that's what you mean by rationality, this is why so many people are finding atheism stupid nowadays, because they see this from you, Stephen.
Narrative and rhetoric is typical of David, and sadly apologetics.
Hey, he sounds like he's
to be
familiar
clear,
with me.
it's not true of theists, but it is of apologetics. It's an apologetic problem. Those that claim to defend the faith embody every single attribute that normal Christians argue against. Anyhow, next up, David strawmans atheists. Check this out.
I find it fascinating that atheists dogmatically insist that the message of Christianity is just put your blind faith in our religion, when Christianity, more than any other worldview I'm aware of, has always said, Here's how you can know that this is true.
The issue here is almost certainly clear to atheists and theists alike, or at least I hope it is. While some Christians assert their religious beliefs are empirically proven, many, and in my experience nearly all of them, resort to faith under scrutiny, even...
I spend this entire video giving evidence. And I point out that this is how Christianity was in the beginning. And I say, so if we're presenting, so please don't just say, you're just saying we have faith. Watch what he does.
citing scripture that
It is a
advises
straw man, though, and it is also a hasty generalization right there.
against relying...
What is?
The assertion that you made about what atheists say.
No, it isn't. That's what I hear all the time.
Well,
Dude, am I seriously going to have to make a video showing atheists, showing like a million atheists going, oh, Christians just say have faith. They just believe they have faith. Christians believe things without evidence, and it's because they say they just have faith, which is belief in the absence of evidence and so on. I've only heard that 487,000 times. I'm not saying all atheists. I'm saying for a good period of 15 to 20 years, I heard that a lot.
I never said that. I don't say that. I'm an atheist.
Didn't say you did say that.
I know.
Are you familiar with atheists claiming that?
Yes, I read Richard Dawkins' book, The God Delusion, and he doesn't argue that. His argument is not that. It doesn't boil down to that at all. On the other hand, he's actually actively and aggressively going out to try and I would say not effectively, but to try and debunk the existence of God and the arguments for religion. But when you say that this is what atheists say, this sounds like a big generalization and could be considered a straw man based on personal experience, based on something that is not verified.
If I were saying all atheists or something like that, you could say that's wrong. I'm saying that seems to be pretty. Matter of fact, I wouldn't even say of. Matter of fact, I wouldn't even say. I would say of a specific group. The new. Are you serious, AP? Guys in the chat, have you not heard that like millions of times? You just believe by faith, and faith is. There were sayings like faith is believing what you know ain't true. Faith is believing what you know ain't true.
Well, I've heard from lots of
seriously. That's not. And the reason
I heard from lots of Christians. Atheists actually believe that nothing created something, or everything came from nothing, and so on.
That's exactly.
Is this thereby what all Christians say?
Didn't say anything. I'm just saying, why do atheists say this? And they do. They say it a lot. If you want me to be more precise in my wording, then say be more precise in my wording. But the reason this is so relevant right now, it's exactly what this guy does. In other words, what he's responding to right here, and he's actually going to whine about it, is I say, hey, if we present something and we say, here's our argument and here's our evidence, why do you guys then ignore the argument that we've presented, ignore the evidence that we've presented, and you say, oh, they just believe things by faith? Like, why do you do that? He says they don't do that. When what is his entire video? I present an entire case. Quoting multiple scholars. He ignores all of it and says, and what David does is circular reasoning, saying just believe the Bible because the Bible. What is he saying? He's saying, I'm saying just have faith in the Bible. So AP, you're refuted by your boy here. If you want to say, David, be careful, and say, be careful to say I'm not talking about all atheists here or something like that. Okay, I reserve the right to engage in hyperbolic language whenever I feel like it. But the point is, this guy is doing exactly what I say atheists do, while whining and saying, how dare he say that? How dare he say such a thing about atheists? Exactly as you would do, because you're his biggest fan.
Yeah. I mean, I would say you are free to continue using your anecdotal evidence to make blanket statements.
The guy does it right here. It's not anecdotal.
However, it is not very valid.
It's right in your face. Watch him do it.
Understanding. And to let you in on a little secret, this is also true of the prominent apologists that I've dined with. Sometimes we simply break bread, but other times we get to have a thorough exchange beyond the mere rejoinders that you see in a typical debate. And it's in those situations that faith becomes a cornerstone. Indeed, it's not just the flock. The shepherds also resort to faith. Thus, when atheists
But by the way, he's saying that, right? He's saying that it inevitably comes down to faith, and it ignores everything I say in the rest of my video. Let's go.
engage with Christians, the discussion often shifts to faith, leading, unsurprisingly, to contention about faith. However, David is making out that atheists misrepresent Christians by turning the topic to faith themselves, and in doing so, he's ironically misrepresenting atheists. So what is...
He already did it in this video by claiming that instead of giving this thorough argument, which I did, and we're about to watch, that all I did was say believe the Bible because the Bible says it. What is that? He didn't say faith there, but he's making it's the exact same point, that you guys just say this when we're actually saying something else. I'm pointing this out because I see this all the time, even though AP here thinks it never ever happens, not once.
going on with David's strawman? Well, it's unclear whether he is unaware of the actual dynamics at play in these discussions, or if he's deliberately mischaracterizing atheists because it's helpful for apologetics. But in either case, it isn't helpful. In my experience, most atheists will frequently cite how unconvincing this supposed evidence is. Now, before we move on, let's get to David's claim of exclusivity.
Christianity, more than any other worldview I'm aware of, has always said, here's how you can know that this is true.
Watch what I said. I said more than any other worldview I'm aware of. Has always said. So you're talking for 2,000 years, said this is proof. Here's your proof. If you want to know that it's true, here's the proof, and here's how you can investigate it. So for 2,000 years, that's been said. And I said more so than anything else I'm aware of, but let's go.
David's assertion that Christianity is unique in claiming its truth is obvious.
Did you catch that?
What? Repeat.
AP, did you catch that? Watch what I say.
Repeat.
Watch what I say. I say Christianity more than any worldview I'm aware of, has always said, this is how I know it's true. And his response is, he thinks Christianity uniquely claims that it's true. Watch.
Christianity, more than any other worldview I'm aware of, has always said, here's how you can know that this is true.
David's assertion that Christianity is unique in claiming its truth is obvious is, well...
Yeah, he is wrong. He's wrong.
Yeah.
He is clearly wrong.
Dude, you need to start pulling up. By the way, what is that? What is that? What is that, Stephen?
That's a straw man.
That's a straw man. I was going to give a quiz, man. Let me give my quiz. Pull your straw man card out. You claim you're refuting what I just said, and you're actually refuting something I didn't say. A caricature. Yes. You just did it. I must be honest
here. I love Stephen, but he's wrong here, and he did actually commit a fallacy.
And now he's going to show that other religions believe they're true too. Shocker! It's a response to something I never said. Here we go.
It's obvious bollocks. I mean, given his extensive criticism of Islam, is it not perplexing that he's unaware that Islam also asserts the evident truth of its claims? The Quran explicitly states, no less, we have certainly revealed to you clear signs, and no one rejects them, except the defiantly disobedient.
Wow,
seriously,
I take back my claim that I never
Are we
gave.
really to believe that David has studied Islam for all this time, making all the debunking videos that he has, all while being unaware of its central doctrines and tenets? And to touch upon just a few other religions, the Guru Granth Sahib, the holy scripture of Sikhism, states that the truth of its claims is self-evident and can be realized through devotion and meditation. Meanwhile, the Bhagavad Gita also asserts its truth can be directly experienced and realized through spiritual practice. So David is simply wrong.
As far as what I actually said, that Christianity, more than any worldview I'm aware of, has always said, this is how you can know that it's true. How many Hindus and Sikhs have you seen running around? Because keep in mind, for my claim to be false, they would have to be, these examples that he's giving, they would have to be doing this more than Christians have done for 2,000 years, going around saying, this is the proof, this is the proof, this is the proof. Are you serious, dude?
We get it, David. He's wrong. He is currently responding to a straw man, which means as long as he is responding to this argument, so this entire section here can be dismissed as invalid because because he is responding to a straw man.
Can we agree that it is what he's saying in this section is all bollocks?
It's absolute bollocks, mate.
Isn't it?
Wrong in his boast of Christianity here. Pretty much every religion insists that its truth is obvious. It's how they justify mistreating non-believers. Anyhow, Pivoting back, the underlying issue here is David's misrepresentation of atheists, a tactic that halts progress in dialogue but aligns with standard apologetic strategies.
In the book of Acts, the Apostle Paul tells the people of Athens that God has set a day when he will judge the world with justice by the man he has appointed. He has given proof of this to everyone by raising him from the dead.
Hey, AP. Interesting, because we're about to watch my video, so we'll see this in context. In context, I say Christianity, more than any other worldview I'm aware of, has always said this is how you know that it's true. And to show that this goes back to the 1st century when Christians were not saying, hey, just believe us, just have faith. They were saying, here's proof. Here's the proof. I quote this passage. I quote this passage to show that Christians for 2,000 years have been saying, this is how you can know that this is true. And I quote the Apostle Paul speaking to the people of Athens, saying that God has given proof of this to everyone by raising him from the dead. What's he saying? He's not saying just mindlessly believe what I'm telling you. He says there's proof here. So I'm not claiming that this verse is the proof. I'm saying that this shows that Christians were claiming this isn't a new thing. Christians, even 2,000 years ago, were saying this is proof. Watch his response.
It's been quite a ride so far, right? Let's get our bearings. David began by quoting the Bible to prove the Bible's claims. That's begging the question right there. Then he strawmanned atheists, and now he's back to quoting the Bible to prove the Bible's claims. I am going to have to crack open another game, aren't I? You know what? We've got to give it to him. He really does live up to his channel name. This is an apologetic roadshow. He cites the Apostle Paul's statement in the book of Acts as evidence of Jesus' resurrection.
Hey, did you catch this? AP, you recall, what did I bring up that quotation from the Apostle Paul for? Do you recall?
Not to show evidence that for the resurrection, but rather to show evidence that, a piece of evidence that Christianity is a religion that asserts more so than others that it is true based on certain facts. Yeah,
it was a simple point. Hey, apologetics isn't some new thing. Saying that this is proof isn't some new thing. This goes all the way back to the earliest stages of Christianity. Watch how he interprets what I say.
You know what? We've got to give it to him. He really does.
This is a second strawman within the strawman argument by Stephen, which means he has made 2 big mistakes so far in response to David's 99 mistakes.
Exactly. Live up to his channel name. This is an apologetic roadshow. He cites the Apostle Paul's statement in the book of Acts as evidence of Jesus' resurrection and God's appointed judgment. However, as said before, this circular reasoning is no more convincing than a Hindu quoting the scriptures to prove the miraculous feats of Krishna. A Hindu could recount sage Devasa prophesying that Krishna would come to the aid of those in need, leading to the event where Krishna...
Is this another situation where all of his examples are completely irrelevant because it's all a straw man?
Did Govardhan Hill to protect the village from torrential rain.
If you wanted an actual parallel, Stephen, if you wanted an actual parallel to what I actually said, not your straw man of it, what I actually claimed was that, as AP noted, Christians have been saying that this is proof for a long time, all along. If you wanted an actual parallel, then if a Hindu says, we've been arguing that this is proof for a long time, and to show this, we will quote our ancient scripture where it's being presented as proof. This shows that we believed that this was proof for a long time. And guess what? I would agree. If they've been saying all along that something is proof, I would agree that they're saying all along that it's proof. But you don't have that. You respond by saying this would be like us quoting it to show that our belief is true. Never happened. Never happened.
Yet this wouldn't convince David, nor any Christian, nor an atheist like myself, of Hinduism, would it? We would rightfully point out that simply quoting a religious text does not establish the veracity of its claims. So guess what? The same principle applies to the Bible.
So if Christians proclaim, here's the proof, why do atheists here just believe without any evidence whatsoever?
And now we're back to straw manning atheists.
AP, he just called it straw manning. My entire video is, here's all this evidence. You can accept it, you can reject it, but I'm calling this evidence, and I'm pointing out that Christians have been arguing based on the evidence that we have proof for a long time, not just saying, hey, just agree with us, have faith. I point, and he objects to me saying atheists just keep saying, oh, keep ignoring the argument and just saying, oh, they're just telling us to have faith. He literally, in whining about me saying that, ignores all the actual evidence I presented and repeatedly acts like I just said, just believe the Bible. Yeah. What is he doing? He's doing exactly what I said atheists do. I can agree with AP, but it was never my intention to say all atheists. But this is what I see. I see this a lot. I see this a lot from atheists. And he's got this grin on his face. Oh, David is saying we do this, which is exactly what I'm doing in this video. Shame on David for saying that we do exactly what I'm doing in this video.
It's a roadshow indeed. As said, atheists don't typically mischaracterize Christians as David insists. Rather,
Did he mischaracterize me in this video?
Yes.
Okay.
Dialectic plays out as follows. A Christian will boldly claim that Christianity is true. The atheist will then ask for evidence, something tangible. The Christian will then present an argument, and the conversation will typically stay on the
I think this is a trick. Stephen is put out this video to deceive you into thinking that this is actually how he argues. But then once he sees your response, he will come out with the real refutation, and then you will be debunked.
Maybe Allah is tricking me into thinking that this is a terrible argument, so that I'll focus on debunking atheists. Distract me.
I must say, so notwithstanding the weakness and patheticness and terribleness of David's argument in video,
which you haven't seen.
True.
You see?
Stephen's response is not a good one.
Yeah.
It's actually very, very wrong and fallacious.
Yeah. Wait till we actually see my video.
Argument. However, if, when pressed, the Christian invokes faith, as they very often do, then faith becomes a topic of conversation. Honestly, it's as if David isn't listening.
It's as if they're not listening. It's as if hearing they do not hear, and seeing they do not see.
You see, if you don't believe in the alleged miracles of Jesus, then you're simply not listening.
Hey, look at what he just did, because he did it there again. He says, I'm quoting that, see, if you don't believe in the miracles, then you're not listening. What was I bringing that up as? I was saying, hey, if I give an argument and you ignore the argument, you just say, oh, Christians are just saying, believe the Bible, just have faith. Then it's like you're not listening. Like, what are we even doing? We say it. We say, here's the case. And you say, oh, they're just saying have faith. And he's saying, oh, and then he straw mans again. What David is saying is, if you don't agree with him, then you're blind. And yet he's doing exactly what I say. Here. What is it? Like 90% of my video is offering evidence. He ignores it all and says, I'm just saying believe the Bible because of the Bible. He says that's what I'm doing. And here he does the exact same thing again. When I say it's like seeing they don't see and hearing they don't hear. It's like, hey, we present it and they act like they don't hear it. And they just attack us on some other reason and say we just have faith. That is literally what he does his entire video. And he complains that I say it. He complains that I'm pointing out exactly what he does. Weird stuff.
It can't be that you're earnestly not convinced. No, it has to be that you're actively trying not to believe. It's so easy, isn't it, to demonize the outgroup.
Sure is, apparently.
Non-believers as willfully ignorant or intentionally obtuse. But here's...
Wasn't presenting them as willfully ignorant, was pointing out the fact that I can give an argument and an atheist will ignore it and pretend that I said just have faith. That's a problem.
Oops, I did it again. Mm-hmm. So here's the thing. Here is the issue. I saw in the past videos from Stephen, which I thought were good. His reasoning here and his objection so far, I must say, and this certainly doesn't defeat the allegations that I'm a secret Christian, must say is not very good. It is actually quite poor. However, I'm not entirely sure why, and it might be that he's not listening to what you're actually saying.
So it might be
And just-
hearing he does not hear.
It might be that he is not actually listening to what you're saying, and just
Hearing he
hastily-
does not hear.
Yeah. Yes.
Which
Yeah,
is
he
what I
does not
said, and he
hear.
flipped out.
He does not hear. He does not listen to you. He does not hear. They are just not hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Hearing.
Mm-hmm.
That might be true.
Interesting.
My fellow apes. This kind of rhetoric, this dismissal of
My rhetoric.
sincere skepticism and genuine doubt,
Which
is
is
a
what I said.
hallmark of
What is that? That's at
apologetic
least 3
arguments,
straw men,
and
right?
it's a tactic we've seen throughout David's video. From the non sequitur leaps that conflate Jesus' supposed resurrection with the proof of the Christian God, to the circular reasoning that quotes the Bible to prove the Bible, to the mischaracterization of the atheist position. These are all strategies designed to shut down critical thinking and paint non-belief as irrational. But genuine truth-seeking requires more than just assertion and dismissal. It requires a willfulness to engage honestly.
Did you catch that? Genuine truth-seeking requires diligence.
Stephen, what is this? He misrepresented every single point that he just mentioned.
That's correct.
I say that as an atheist here who disagrees with David's approach here, but he actually misrepresented every single thing that you did here, and basically built multiple straw men. It's like, I don't know.
Yep.
It's like he has a giant field, not sure what he's trying to protect.
He's trying to protect something with his giant field of straw men. He's grasping at straws and gathering up all those straws to build more straw men. But he's almost done. There's only a couple seconds
Opposing
left.
views, to present evidence and arguments that can withstand scrutiny, and to follow the logic where it leads, even if it leads to an uncomfortable conclusion. As always, thank you kindly for the view, and an extra special thank you to those who support the channel, making counter-apologetic content like this possible. And that includes those of you who buy Debunked. Really appreciate you. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, guys.
If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave a comment.
We'll check here. We'll check here in a bit. People are saying that he didn't offer any link. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to, but I did link to his channel for anyone who wants to check out his stuff, or any of you who, after what we're about to see, namely what I actually argued in my video, those of you who want to support him, to support his awesome counter-apologetics work. He just said you can support his work against apologetics. All right, take a couple of so we kind of already got your assessment along the way, so.
Okay, I kind of, I don't know, I feel like I want to say something about it, although I kind of did, but so I genuinely couldn't believe right now, as it was closing, that this is actually the end of it, because he didn't do anything at all. He didn't actually address anything that you said. He didn't address the essence. He didn't address, I mean, it's a long video that you made. He just went through the introductory remarks, basically,
where I didn't give any arguments at all,
and misrepresented what you are doing. Even let's say that he didn't watch the video and only focused on that part, but even at that part, even with the part that he focused on in the introduction, he actually misrepresented things that you said and clearly committed strawman fallacies that I immediately saw as soon as I heard them. So it's puzzling that he actually did that and just published it. It is bad, I must say. Not the best thing I have seen from him. And maybe if sat down and addressed, he would actually realize how wrong his response is.
Well, we're addressing it right now, sport.
And his analysis
we're helping him out right now. We're addressing it right now.
It is not.
We're addressing it live.
It is the heart. Yeah, I don't know. It is kind of it is difficult, but I'm certainly not on board with his response here. It is a poor response. I would say that I don't think that he actually said.
And you haven't even seen the video.
I don't think that he made a single point that was actually correct. He misrepresented you in all points that he addressed, and I mean, just looking at the portion of the video that we watched, which he picked. I mean, I'm talking about your video, and then comparing that to his response, I would be completely on board with you as an atheist here. That's how
Interesting.
bad it is. That's
So
how
really
bad
bad.
it is. And I don't know what else to say. But before watching this video, I was Richard Dawkins. After watching this video, I am the Pope. Something like that. I don't know. Whatever.
Let's take a couple super chats and then we'll watch my video. We won't need to stop my video. I'll only stop it like between points, between major points. So it's like, I don't know, 4 or 5 major points or something like that. But we'll go through my video and we'll see. After seeing my video, because I actually want to hear from Stephen's fans who are saying, oh, he destroyed you. I want to show my actual video, what I actually said. And then I would love for you guys to tell me how he debunked that, how his video debunks what I actually said. Take a couple super chats first. AP, do you understand Aladdin's point now that your religion is the one being mocked? Aren't your feelings hurt? Won't you become angrier and radicalized?
Yes.
You've got it. You heard it here, folks. Brigham Young, Russell Brand to AP. Come on in, the water's fine. Your Mo Mullet friend can't help you. Hey? Who would be a historical witness to the night journey? Aisha, what is her testimony? Exactly. Yeah, the comments about the night journey was he never actually left his bed, or if he did, it was just like brief for a second because it was all miraculous and instantaneous. Point is, you're not talking about when I said verifiable. Now, you can still disagree with me about whether it's verifiable. The point is, if this is something that can be verified, it's different from other things. And to say, oh, but the night journey, okay, if you wanted to show that that's another verifiable merit, you'd have to argue it. I have zero clue how you would argue that from the Muslim sources.
It does say that when he came back, the bed was still warm. But as I have pointed out before, we don't know if that is because no minute has passed or because he peed the bed. Mm-hmm. It's not clarified.
Muhammad pee-pee. He's supposed to pee on squatting. He squatted on the bed. He says that Jesus' resurrection doesn't prove God. Well, not proof. God is to be preferred over other causes for the resurrection, like aliens. Yeah, guys, you can have disagreements on what you mean by prove. Normally, when you're saying prove, you're talking about prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I would say if you had Jesus rising from the dead and you're aware of his claims and you're talking about whether that's how that relates to God's existence, I would say you would have some version of proof. It wouldn't be like beyond all doubt or something like that, but most things you believe are not beyond all doubt. And I would say we have proof for lots of things. Mm-hmm. For Locke and the Newtonians, miracles gain religious force with prophecy. If Jesus has supernatural knowledge that predicts his resurrection, he probably knows its cause. Yeah, so this is an example of points you would make if you were trying to flesh out the claim, or if you were trying to give arguments for the claim. Again, the things I'm saying to introduce the topic that we're studying were not arguments. Why does he look like a Ragnar Lodbrok fanboy? Who's that? Do you know who that is?
That's that. Depend. I mean, it is a character from the show Vikings, but it is based on an actual Norse legend.
I've been wanting to watch that show. Is it good?
It is quite good. It gets a little bit cringeworthy in the last few seasons.
Is that the one? Is that the one that has famous people or something? Does it have famous people, or am I thinking of a different one? No, there was some movie about Vikings.
No, not that one. So this is a series. It's pretty good. It has a lot of fantasy elements and all that. Mm-hmm. It's nice.
Yeah. He needs an explanation for how Jesus could have predicted his miracle without supernatural knowledge. Every fact has a sufficient explanation. So principle is sufficient reason. A bit off topic, but did y'all see Nick Fuentes say he prefers underage girls? He said, why do you think the Holy Spirit picked 13-year-old Mary? Yeah, I've seen him say that. That's circulating. People are asking about things like, hey, why do you think the Holy Spirit picked a young girl? Oh, yeah. What a creep, man. This is your champion of Catholicism, guys, who's going to give you your white nation.
I don't know if... Did you see what I sent you? I sent you a screenshot of something that I saw on Nick Fuentes' Telegram when I was looking for certain terms. I was checking for the term Holocaust, Jews, Jewish, and so on to see all the kind of stuff that he said in Telegram. That I came across. Then I suddenly see on his Telegram feed Sam Shamoon's face. I'm like, what is this? And I see apparently he posted at some point, can somebody connect me to Sam Shamoon? And then some people went to Sam Shamoun's live stream and asked him if he would invite or have a discussion with Nick Fuentes, upon which Sam Shamoun during the live stream said, "I will not have a conversation with Nick Fuentes because I do not want to damage this ministry with something as ridiculous and ill-willed and something like that, basically about the Holocaust." And then because Nick Fuentes is a Holocaust denier, and Nick Fuentes apparently saw that and said, "Never mind. It turns out Sam Shamoun is not a Christian. His religion is the Holocaust. I wonder if he's a Jew anyway. Never even heard of him before," or something like that. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is the guy. Like, he's the authority over whether you're a Christian or not.
Is this true? Michelle in the chat said Nick Fuentes was just on Destiny's stream with Andrew Tate and Sneeko and Suleiman. Is that true?
What?
That would be insane if he had on Sneeko and Suleiman.
Well, Destiny doesn't really have anyone on. He just streams while going on other people's things.
While. Yeah, we'll look into that later. Apostate of Allah says the dude ironically named Rationality Rules has a mullet. He's disqualified from saying what is and isn't rational. It's a good point. Perfect point. It was the perfect point. I get a guy responding, but that he tries to roast you of all. It's giving 13-year-old brother trying to out trash talk his cool older brother. Yeah, that's about it. Oh, that's a super sticker. AP, do you like the German Turkish singer Tarkan?
German Turkish? Yeah,
the German Turkish singer Tarkan.
Tarkan. He's like think of the most famous ever singer in America.
Fabio.
He's like that in something
no,
like
that's
that.
not Fabio. No, Falco. I was thinking of Falco. You remember Falco? I think he was German or something, or Germans liked him.
Yeah.
Falco.
Yeah. Amadeus. But Tarkan is actually just Turkish, not German. So no, well, he's just the most generic pop singer ever. That's all.
Video game. Oh, super sticker. Video game controller hobbles along unhappily with a broken arm. All right, we have a bunch more super chats. We'll get to these later. We're going to go and jump into my video. Hard to take a wannabe Viking seriously as a rational being. Guys, I am 1/4 Norwegian, so don't be dissing Vikings.
Yes.
D Wood, do you like any Christian rock metal artists? No, not really. I listened to some kind of in the 90s and stuff like that, but not in a long time. Hey, look, bro is playing Yu-Gi-Oh with the Logic cards. Yeah, he needs to call it Logic the Gathering. He needs to change the name to Logic the Gathering. It would be way funnier. All right, guys, let's go ahead and jump into my view. Yeah, we know we have more super chats. We'll get to those, but don't want to keep everyone waiting too long to see what my actual argument was. So we saw him claiming to have debunked it, and let's see what I actually argue.
The resurrection of Jesus offers answers to more of the big questions than any other event in history. Does God exist? If so, does he care about us? Is there life after death? Do miracles occur? Can we know what's true? Does life have meaning? How should we live? We had our answers to these questions when a group of women showed up at the tomb of Jesus and were greeted by an angel who said, "Do not be afraid, for I know that you are looking for Jesus who was crucified. He is not here, he has risen, just as he said." With so many different worldviews competing for attention here in the 21st century, I have to say that having a verifiable miracle and God's stamp of approval at the core of Christianity is like watching a bunch of people scrambling around to find some buried treasure when you've got the missing piece of the treasure map.
That's what it feels like.
The piece where X, or rather a cross, marks the spot. I find it fascinating that atheists dogmatically insist that the message of Christianity is just put your blind faith in our religion, when Christianity, more than any other worldview I'm aware of, has always said, here's how you can know that this is true. In the book of Acts, the Apostle Paul tells the people of Athens that God has set a day when he will judge the world with justice by the man he has appointed. He has given proof of this to everyone by raising him from the dead.
Well. Can you see, my fellow apes, that David would have just appealed to the Bible to prove that it? Just kidding.
Yeah.
Uh,
But did you see how, I mean, it's like really clear that I'm just saying, hey, Christians have
Yeah,
always been saying that they have proof here. And he
Yeah,
somehow
yeah,
looks at that and says, he's claiming that the resurrection is proven by the Bible, quoting Paul.
yes, Stephen clearly misrepresented this. This is just.
If Christians proclaim, here's the proof, why do atheists here just believe without any evidence whatsoever?
Which is
How long is this video,
exactly,
by the way?
which is exactly what he said. A little over
How
20
long
minutes.
is this video?
A little over 20 minutes. But you need to pay attention. So, and yeah, I'd actually, AP, if you spot any actual weaknesses or fallacies, I'd like to hear them. Unlike, you said this when I didn't say it. So here's what's funny though. I said, it's like they don't hear. And it's like you didn't hear anything I actually said and completely misrepresented it. Anyway.
It's as if they're not listening. It's as if hearing they do not hear, and seeing they do not see.
I can't emphasize how hilarious I think that is, because I said, when we say, here's the proof, and you say, they're just saying have faith, it's like you're not hearing. And then he responds, he says we're not hearing. He says we're just blind, when all he's offering is saying the Bible says it and therefore it's true. It's like you literally didn't hear when I was saying you don't hear.
But for those with ears to hear, knowing that Jesus rose from the dead is actually much simpler than many people realize. To know that Jesus rose from the dead, we only need to know two things. One, that he was really dead, and two, that he was alive again later. If Jesus was dead and he was alive again later, I'd say that our atheist friends have a great big Son of God-shaped hole in their worldview.
Here's the thing.
What?
So I could sit through 20 minutes of such a video, or I could just watch a fish tank. And I choose the fish tank.
You can't. You don't need to watch this entire video. But I wanted, because I know his fans, because again, he didn't even link to the video or anything like that. So I know his fans have no clue what I actually argued. When you see what I actually argued and you see how he represented it, I think that's how to make the point. So anyway, AP, you can zone out if you want. I want to see what I actually argue, because I think it really, really presents a problem for him when people see me quoting scholar after scholar, atheist scholars, agnostic scholars, Jewish scholars, showing that on the points I'm raising, they agree with me. And he's representing as, but Christians just believe what they believe and other people just believe what they believe. And everyone has their beliefs, blah, 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 blah.
Was Jesus dead?
Was Jesus? And by the way, look at what I was saying. So the point is, hey, you've got a verifiable miracle, something verifiable, meaning you can actually go and verify it if you want. You can check it out. You can investigate it. You can research it. It's there. And then I point out this actually easy. It's not like some horrible, like, how would you ever investigate this? It's impossible. It's actually pretty easy to know Jesus rose. Okay. Was he dead? And two, was he alive again later? All right. That's kind of what you need to investigate. Not, in other words, hey, Christianity is different from other things in this way, and it's not as hard as people think. And then I go into,
really dead, not passed out, not in a coma, not in a brief state of cardiac arrest. Was he dead? Yes, he was. Now, the new generation of atheists who learn about Christianity primarily from social media may be surprised to learn that there are historical facts about Jesus. They think of Jesus as a mythical figure like Hercules, except that they're much angrier about Jesus for some reason. It's a tragedy of the internet age that positions that would be laughed out of the room at the scholarly level can become quite popular at the internet level by circulating among people who don't know much about anything. At the scholarly level, Jesus mythers are viewed along the same lines as Holocaust deniers. But at the internet level, every other atheist I run into says Jesus never existed. Really? Well, what books have you read on this? None, but I watched like 3 YouTube videos, so I'm obviously far more knowledgeable than every...
Does that comparison really hold up? I don't think that's totally that's entirely accurate. I mean, that's a little bit of an exaggeration on your behalf. That Jesus mythicism would be laughed out like Holocaust denialism.
I heard that from a historian. He says people who say Jesus didn't exist, that we think of them along the same lines as Holocaust deniers.
I mean, I think it is very, very well established that Jesus did exist, but I think it would be a little bit of a leap to say that it's as certain, for example, as the Holocaust, for example, which is the most attested thing.
So what you're saying is you have more evidence for the Holocaust than you do for something that happened 2,000 years ago.
There are certain aspects that are still brought forth to consider whether the existence of Jesus is entirely accurate or not. For example, when certain sources like Josephus, for example, are used, is this actually based on proper reports or on folk tales and things like that? There is still some contention around that, which is still taken seriously in academia, but nobody takes seriously any doubts about the Holocaust, for example.
No one at the academic level takes seriously Jesus mythicism. Let me clarify. See if you would agree with this, because this is the point. They're not saying that you have the same level of evidence for, let's say, the life of Jesus that you have for the Holocaust or something like that. The claim is when they say they view them as similar, it's like, okay, when you have all this evidence for the Holocaust, if you deny it, it's saying something about you. You have some personal bias that is causing you to reject that. And they're saying that that's how they think of Jesus mythers, that if you have a bunch of first century sources and someone makes this impact and you say, I don't believe he existed, it seems like you you're looking at this for some other reason than just saying, okay, well, have all this. I don't have any reason to think that he didn't exist. It seems like you've got some issue in your head that is causing you to reject the evidence. That makes sense?
Yeah. I mean, I heard one comparison before, which is, for example, was that about Aristotle? Do we have any? I think so. As far as the historical documentation stands, we don't have any direct writings from Aristotle, right?
No, we do. We do. Well, you could say. I mean, we have around a fifth. I think you're thinking of Socrates. People can make that a Socrates.
Yeah. So for Socrates, we only know from Plato about Socrates. So I heard one comparison before, which is that we have multiple historical figures that we accept as existent, as they existed, and nobody goes around doubting their existence.
Mm-hmm.
However, with Jesus, where we have more evidence that he existed, or about the same level of evidence, there is there are lots of arguments by people who want to counter Christianity to say, no, he didn't exist. Obviously, He was obviously not true. Obviously not exist. So why do people not make these same objections about Socrates, for example, when they make them about Jesus?
Yeah, indeed.
Respected scholar on the planet. Meanwhile, even some of the most critical historical Jesus scholars will acknowledge certain facts about Jesus. That he was baptized by John the Baptist, that he had disciples, that he was known as a miracle worker and an exorcist, that he believed he played a crucial role in the coming of the kingdom of God, and of course, that he died by crucifixion. The scholarly consensus on Jesus' death arises from having a variety of ancient sources. There are Christian, Jewish, and Roman sources reporting Jesus' death, and knowing how crucifixion works. Today, we tend to think of crucifixion as just nailing someone to a cross, but Roman crucifixion was a 3-step process. The first step was the scourging, which was sometimes called the half-death because victims would be half dead by the time it was finished. The Romans used a flagrum made of leather thongs with chunks of bone or metal woven into the strands, designed to remove human flesh. We have records of people being beaten until their veins and arteries were exposed, or until their bones were showing, or until their intestines spilled out. And that was just the beginning. Step 2 was nailing the victim to a cross and letting him hang there while the blood drained out of him. Once he stopped gasping for breath, the Romans knew their work was done. Almost. The Romans didn't take crucifixion lightly, so there was a third step, some sort of death blow, just to make sure their victim was dead. If they needed to pry someone off a cross, they would smash his head in or stab him through the heart with a sword or a spear, or set him on fire, or let wild animals rip him apart. Not the sort of process anyone's going to walk away from. So, Jesus' death isn't simply a point of Christian doctrine, it's a fact of history, as even non-Christian scholars are happy to admit. Atheist New Testament...
Okay, guys, so notice I'm quoting scholars here. So when I claimed that Jesus died, so I pointed out you need to know Jesus was dead, and then you need to know he's alive again later. When I'm pointing out Jesus' death, what did I do? I explained that we know about Roman crucifixion practices and so on, and now I'm going into non-Christian scholars, what they say. Watch what they say.
Scholar Gerd Ludemann declares that Jesus' death as a consequence of crucifixion is indisputable. John Dominic Crossan of the infamous Jesus Seminar says that there is not the slightest doubt about the fact of Jesus' crucifixion under Pontius Pilate. Marcus Borg, another member of the Jesus Seminar, states that Jesus' execution is the most certain fact about the historical Jesus. Jewish scholar Pinchas Lapid affirms that Jesus' death by crucifixion is historically certain. According to Paula Fredrickson, a convert to Judaism, the single most solid fact about Jesus' life is his death. He was executed by the Roman prefect Pilate on or around Passover in the manner Rome reserved particularly for political insurrectionists, namely crucifixion. And as everyone's favorite scholarly critic of Christianity, Bart Ehrman, maintains, one of the most certain facts of history is that Jesus was crucified on orders of the Roman prefect of Judea, Pontius Pilate. The real question...
Guys, did I just say, hey, the Bible says it, and I'm going to assume that the Bible's true because the Bible says that it's the word of God, and therefore you have to believe that Jesus died by crucifixion because the Bible said it? Is that the takeaway message of all that?
Word for word, yeah.
Because according to our good friend Rationality Rules, that's what I argued. Okay, so that original point there, 2 points. There's pretty simple 2 points, and some couple responses to objections, but right there, he was dead. And guys, notice the quotations I gave. They're saying is indisputable, that it's historically certain. What's the point? The point was you've got people like Rationality Rules saying, oh, you Christians just believe their things, but other people believe those things, and you reject those other things and just believe what your thing is, and so you don't realize how hypocritical and inconsistent you're being. Lol, so stupid. This is why atheists are the smart ones. I just want to point out, look what I actually did. I'm saying, guys, this isn't just a Christian belief. This isn't just a Christian belief. Even the scholars, regardless of their background, whether they're atheists, whether they're agnostic, whether they're American, whether they're European, Jewish, the people who are actually historical Jesus scholars or New Testament scholars or something like that, they don't just say, yeah, we have some reason to think this, or yeah, it could go in that direction. They say, no, this is one of the things we can say is historically certain. And so that, guys, it's pretty rare to have someone like Jesus and you say, hey, we all agree on this. The scholars all agree on that. It's pretty rare if you're talking about someone who's very controversial from 2,000 years ago to have scholars from across the theological spectrum all saying, yeah, that part is indisputable. Ask Rationality Rules what I just said right there. But David said, just believe the Bible because that's all. And he just said he's going to believe what Christians believe and he doesn't care what anyone else believes. Interesting.
Yeah, you literally just said it's true because the Bible says it's true. Mm-hmm. The most prominent, or one of the most prominent scholars, Bible scholars who are non-Christian and who criticize Christianity would be Bart Ehrman. He's everyone's darling, especially the Muslims' darling. I spoke to him directly. You spoke to him. We spoke to him. I read one of his books, which I was just looking into for a certain reference, which is How Jesus Became God. He has another book, which I don't have physically, which is Did Jesus Exist? He goes into it directly. But I heard him say it himself. I mean, he says that Jesus' mythicism is illogical, incoherent, totally baseless, and he
And
does
don't
say
forget,
that,
don't forget that it's
Stupid!
yeah. I mean, he says it is absurd. He says it is the suggestion that Jesus didn't exist is absurd, and it there is no serious argument to be made for it. So he says that it is Jesus definitely existed. He and we know that he lived, that he preached, that he was crucified, and that certain people reported that they saw him after his crucifixion. And then he discusses or he debates on how that can be explained. But Bart Ehrman himself, he says that as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have one thing, you have people at the internet level, and you can basically find any position that's even can be thought. And then you have the scholarly position, and basically, ladies and gentlemen, once you get to the scholarly level, so you'll have atheists and agnostics, and then you'll also have like liberal Christians, and then you'll have like conservative Christians, and so on. And so you'll have things that you'll have your let's say atheists and agnostic scholars and liberal Christians and so on, and you'll have things where they all agree. So they all agree on certain things like Jesus' death by crucifixion. Then you'll have some areas where they disagree amongst themselves. Like Bart Ehrman, interestingly, believes that Jesus thought of himself as the Messiah. There are others who don't think, they think that was made up. And then you get, once you get to the conservative Christian end of the spectrum, then it's, hey, they believe in a lot more about Jesus. So notice when I'm kind of building my case, I'm swinging all the way down to the end of the spectrum and saying, okay, this is what everyone who's actually an expert in this field, regardless of their position, everyone agrees on this. Everyone who researches this on the level of an expert agrees on at least this. And why is that interesting? Because we don't have a mention from AP's hero, Rationality Rules, that I so much as mentioned a scholar. All I argued, according to him, was the Bible says it, and I believe it. And that settles it. That's what we got. All right.
That's true.
I laid out the reason. I laid out a basic case. You could always say more for Jesus' death by crucifixion. Then the real issue for most people, the real issue is going to be whether he was alive again later. Harder to go about. But here's my take on it.
And is whether Jesus was alive again later. How would we know if Jesus was alive at some point following his execution by the Romans? The same way we know many other things from history. We need witnesses, and we need to know that we can trust these witnesses. Do we have witnesses of the risen Jesus? Yes, lots. Fortunately, they began preaching almost immediately, and we have summaries of some of their early sermons. They issued official creedal statements that could be easily memorized and passed on to others. They sent out representatives with authoritative traditions that would eventually be incorporated into the Gospels and other writings. We also have writings and quotations outside the New Testament from the next generation of Christian leaders, which included people like Clement of Rome and Polycarp, who knew one or more of the apostles and who continued preaching the message of the apostles, especially the resurrection of Jesus.
So, guys, the takeaway there, I'm just talking about, I'm going to bring this up as a possible response. It was the legend hypothesis that some people think the belief in Jesus' resurrection is this legend that came later, pointing out you actually have a bunch of first century sources, and not just in the Bible, but outside the Bible from the next generation. People like Clement of Rome, who were talking about people who knew the apostles and were talking about what they taught. And so we know the first century Christians were talking about Jesus rising from the dead. This isn't something that came about at the Council of Nicaea or anything else. So simple point. Let's go.
But the most interesting source on the eyewitnesses of the risen Jesus is an early Christian creed recorded in 1 Corinthians 15, 3-7. First Corinthians was written around AD 55.
Hey, we have weird people, so we have some Rationality Rules fans in here who may not be very bright. He said, okay, Rationality Rules didn't say Jesus didn't exist, so I don't know why you're going on about that. Dude, the video was made before Rationality Rules ever responded. We're talking, it's just in the video. It's in the video that he's responding to. We're not saying Rationality Rules says this. Why are you going on about it? It was in the video that he responded to. We're just playing the video. So don't be a I'm trying not to be mean here because I don't think his followers are too bright. If they're actually pointing a finger at me right now for playing a video that he responded to where we talk about Jesus mythicism.
They're very
And
smart.
Paul says in the letter that he had already delivered the creed to the church in Corinth, which would have been around AD 51.
Oh, actually, guys,
There's even
Especially
Bart Ehrman makes it even he breaks down the sources of on the existence of Jesus.
You're still talking
where
about Jesus mythicism? No wonder people are complaining. Go ahead.
Well, since that's coming up here, which is that I'm not sure if you're aware of how he breaks it down, but correct me. So he goes into the Bible, of course, as a source for the existence and the things that Jesus did, and then he breaks down as a source. So the Gospels, then evidence for Jesus, his existence, and the things he did and said outside of the Gospels. Then the epistles, then the non-Pauline epistles, and then outside of the Bible, outside of the New Testament altogether, where he goes in detail into Josephus and Tacitus, and he argues that there is no evidence at all to suggest that these two people actually were influenced by Christian sources or Christian people, or that they read certain Bible texts to come to the conclusion that Jesus existed.
Yeah.
So they affirm his existence, and multiple independent sources that contribute to the eventual New Testament text, even from a secular perspective, attest to his existence and to the things that he has done. And then he continues to argue on how many of the things that he has done according to the text and said according to the text can be accepted as definitely happened, and not sure if it happened or not. But so it is that certain. If you listen to an actual scholar like Bart Ehrman, he will tell you not only that he existed, but also that we know plenty of things that he said and did.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you're correct. And so going back to the, comparing to the Holocaust deniers, the point is, if you have a bunch of evidence for something, again, here we're not talking about all of the claims of Jesus or something like that. We're just talking about some bare facts, some bare historical facts. If you have reason to think those you've got some facts here, and then you don't have any reason to think that those aren't facts, why would you reject it? And so I guess the idea is you've got to have some sort of issue. You've got something that's causing you to doubt this other than the evidence, because the evidence is clear on certain issues. All right. So now I'm talking about the creed, because I did something here. What I'm doing here is I mention a bunch of sources that we have from the first century. We have a bunch of sources. We have a bunch of early sources. And then I zero in here on the earliest, which is the creed in 1 Corinthians 15. That doesn't come from me. That comes from the scholars. They argue that this is actually the earliest material in the entire New Testament. It's our earliest material that we have on the life of Jesus. So I focus on the early material to show that this belief goes way, 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 way back.
The resurrection of Jesus. But the most interesting source on the eyewitnesses of the risen Jesus is an early Christian creed recorded in 1 Corinthians 15, 3-7. 1 Corinthians was written around AD 55, and Paul says in the letter that he had already delivered the creed to the church in Corinth, which would have been around AD 51. But Paul received the creed long before that, either when he visited the apostles in Jerusalem or perhaps even at his conversion.
So guys, the timeline there. So Paul writes 1 Corinthians around AD 55. But he tells them there that here's the creed that I delivered to you when I was there. He visited them in AD 51. So you're talking within 20 years of Jesus' crucifixion, Paul says, this is what I delivered to you. So well within the lifetimes of eyewitnesses and so on. The apostles are traveling around and so on. Paul says, this is a creed I delivered to you. But the language he used, this is a creed he got from the apostles. So he got this creed from the apostles. And so when did he encounter the apostles? Much earlier. So the point is the creed is really, really early. And we'll see what people say about it.
And scholars date its formulation to within a few years of Jesus' crucifixion. James D.G. Dunn writes, "This tradition, we can be entirely confident, was formulated as tradition within months of Jesus' death." According to Michael Goulder, Paul received the tradition, that is, he was taught it at his conversion, perhaps 2 years after Jesus' death. Ulrich Wilkins says that the creed indubitably goes back to the oldest phase of all in the history of primitive Christianity. Gert Ludemann maintains that the elements in the tradition are to be dated to the first 2 years after the crucifixion of Jesus. Paul Barnett dates the creed to within 2 or 3 years of the first Easter. Richard Burridge and Graham Gould say it dates from only a few years after Jesus' death. Robert Funk and the Jesus Seminar put it within 2 or 3 years at most. Richard Hayes says it originates within about 3 years after Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem. And Alexander Wedderburn says that it goes back to the first half of the 30s. So there's widespread agreement among scholars from across the theological spectrum that 1 Corinthians 15 contains very early material that can be traced to Jesus' original disciples shortly after his death. Let's read the passage. Paul writes,
So, recap. This is, according to a lot of scholars, the earliest material in the New Testament in terms of when it was put together. So Paul includes it in 1 Corinthians 15, but he's talking about something that he received much earlier and that scholars date to some of them say within months of Jesus' crucifixion, but pretty standard to say within a few years. So in other words, this is not something that came 50 years later, 100 years later, 200 years later, Council of Nicaea, something like that. Very, very, very early material, not according to me, not according to just random Christians, according to scholars who study this.
Yeah, there was a comment earlier that said no, not true. The earliest was written at around 70, 80. Here's the thing.
No one thinks
70,
that.
80.
You're talking about the Gospels. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, here is the thing. If the gospel is written in 70 AD, that would be considered within the lifetime of the death of Jesus. So that's not really a good point to make.
Yeah,
against.
and that's a person who heard when the Gospels are written. Those are the critical or skeptical dates. They start Mark at 70. Why? Because in the Gospel of Mark, there's a reason for it. It's not saying, hey, we have this is when the book was written. The reasoning is in the Gospel of Mark, Jesus predicts that Jerusalem's going to be conquered. And Jerusalem was conquered in AD 70. Therefore, it couldn't have been before that because they don't believe that you can actually take prophecies seriously. They don't believe Jesus could predict it. And there's a number of responses to that. One, that's kind of circular. You're assuming that Jesus isn't this sort of third. This person who can predict the future. I've actually seen it pointed out by people. You could just have a vibe of the time and think that the Romans are going to come conquer Jerusalem. So you don't have to believe that he actually was prophesying the future. Jesus could just be looking around saying, "What in the world is going? You guys, this is going to come. The Romans are going to come in here and crush you." But anyway, that's the basis for dating the Gospels. Whoever said that about this coming from AD 70, you have no clue what you're talking about. Everyone agrees on around 7 of Paul's letters that are indisputably from the Apostle Paul. And those are way earlier. 1 Corinthians, look it up, AD 55. Or, there can be some leeway a year before, a year after or something like that, but you're dealing with AD 55. And Paul is talking about stuff that happened earlier. So you're wrong.
I delivered to you, the Christians of Corinth, as of first importance, this is foundational information, what I also received. And here's where the creed starts. That Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures, and that he was buried, and that he was raised on the 3rd day according to the Scriptures, and that he appeared to Cephas, that's Peter, then to the 12. After that, he appeared to more than 500 brethren at one time. Paul is writing this years later, so he adds parenthetically, most of whom remain until now, but some have fallen asleep. Then he appeared to James, then to all the apostles. The original would have ended with this appearance to all the apostles, but Jesus appeared to Paul later, so Paul adds, and last of all, as to one untimely born, he appeared to me also. Notice what we have here.
Yeah, pay attention.
We have
AP.
Jesus' death for sins, his burial, his resurrection on the third day, and numerous appearances. And we have all of it as authoritative tradition within a few years, if not within months, of the crucifixion. As for the appearances, there are appearances to individuals, Peter, James, the brother of Jesus, and eventually Paul, to small groups, the 12 and all the apostles, and to a large group. He appeared to more than 500. The list also reports appearances to both friends and foes. Peter and the apostles were followers of Jesus during his 3-year ministry, but James and Paul weren't. James didn't believe that his brother was the Messiah when Jesus was preaching in Galilee and Judea, and Paul persecuted the church and tried to destroy it. Yet they're all listed as witnesses who saw Jesus alive again sometime after his death. This passage eliminates 2 skeptical responses to Jesus' resurrection.
Notice here, I'm responding to possible, pretty standard objections. And let's go through 2 of them.
Legend hypothesis and the hallucination hypothesis. At the internet level, there are still people who claim that Christian belief in Jesus' resurrection arose through a process of legendary development over a period of many decades. But this is factually false. We know, as a fact of history, that the resurrection was the heart of Christian preaching from the beginning. You also may have heard people argue that Jesus' disciples simply hallucinated the resurrection appearances. But a hallucination, by definition, is something that occurs in the mind of the person experiencing it. If you take a bunch of acid and a leprechaun appears to you, the rest of us aren't going to ask him for his pot of gold because we won't see him. He won't exist outside your acid-tripping mind. But Jesus appeared to entire groups on multiple occasions, and hallucinations just can't explain repeated group appearances. So, we can't attribute the resurrection appearances to legend or to hallucinations. Can we attribute them to deception? Were the disciples lying about the appearances? No. That's what I thought before I was a Christian.
So guys, notice what happened. I presented a case for Jesus being dead. Then I talked about his appearances in our earliest material. And then I start talking about how just the basic facts we have, let's say, weigh heavily against certain responses, like legends, or that it was hallucinations, or in this case, were these guys just lying? Were the apostles just making this stuff up? Because I bring this up, that's what I thought. Before I was a Christian, so when I was growing up, I thought I had Christianity figured it out. I thought, hey, their guy died, so Jesus has followers, he dies, they want to keep the movement going, so they make up a story about the resurrection.
But there's a fatal flaw in the deception hypothesis. Liars make poor martyrs. While some human beings are willing to die for what they believe in, I've never met anyone who was willing to die for something he made up. In the book of Acts, chapter 4, Peter and John are arrested and threatened. In Acts 5, the apostles are put in jail and flogged. In Acts 12, James, the brother of John, is put to death by Herod, and Peter is again put in jail. The Apostle Paul describes his life as a Christian in 2 Corinthians 11:24-27. He writes, 5 times I received from the Jews the 40 lashes minus 1. 3 times I was beaten with rods. Once I was pelted with stones. 3 times I was shipwrecked. I spent a night and a day in the open sea. I've been constantly on the move. I've been in danger from rivers, in danger from bandits, in danger from my fellow Jews, in danger from Gentiles, in danger in the city, in danger in the country, in danger at sea, and in danger from false believers. I have labored and toiled and have often gone without sleep. I have known hunger and thirst and have often gone without food. I have been cold and naked. The Jewish historian Josephus reports that James, the brother of Jesus, was stoned to death as a lawbreaker. Clement of Rome invites his readers to keep in mind the sufferings and martyrdoms of Peter and Paul. So the apostles didn't just preach that they had seen Jesus alive again, they were willing to endure prison, floggings, and even death as they preached. And that means they really believed what they were saying. Here again, it's not just Christians who draw this conclusion. Even non-Christians maintain that the disciples sincerely believed that they had seen the risen Jesus. Gerd Ludemann, it may be taken as historically certain that Peter and the disciples had experiences after Jesus' death in which Jesus appeared to them as the risen Christ. Bart Ehrman, we can say with complete certainty that some of his disciples at some later time insisted that he soon appeared to them, convincing them that he had been raised from the dead. Bart Ehrman again, it is a historical fact that some of Jesus' followers came to believe that he had been raised from the dead soon after his execution. Paula Fredrickson, I know in their own terms what they saw was the raised Jesus. I'm not saying that they really did see the raised Jesus. I wasn't there. I don't know what they saw. But I do know, as a historian, that they must have seen something.
Side note again, ladies and gentlemen. Remember what Rationality Rules said my argument was? Does this sound
It's true because the Bible says it's true.
Yeah, that's what he said. What and well, but anyone could do that. Hindus believe that their religion is true, and Muslims believe theirs. So how is David any different from anyone else? And blah blah blah. What am I actually arguing? That we have some facts that we have to deal with, and here's a bunch of scholars to show that this isn't just a Christian position. Interesting. All this gets left out of his response.
Fredrickson says that she doesn't know what they saw. But I do. I think it's obvious what they saw.
Powerful.
The disciples saw the sort of thing that would convince individuals and groups, friends and foes, that they had all seen a man who had been dead, alive again, standing in front of them, telling them why he had to die and rise again.
It's called causal adequacy. Whatever explanation you're using, it has to actually be adequate to account for the material. So if individuals and groups, friends and foes, conclude that a man has risen from the dead and appeared to him, whatever your explanation is, it needs to be able to account for that.
Unfortunately for our atheist friends, the only sort of thing that can do that is Jesus actually appearing to them, which means that Jesus rose from the dead. So there's only one conclusion to draw from the facts that even atheist and agnostic scholars grant as historically certain. And yet, atheist and agnostic scholars clearly don't believe that Jesus rose from the dead.
Mm-hmm. Stupid.
Why do they reject the resurrection when they're aware of the historical evidence?
Because they're
stupid. Different people will give different reasons for denying Jesus' resurrection, but if you do a little digging, two broad issues emerge most frequently. First, many people have a prior commitment to naturalism. Supernatural explanations are ruled out before the investigation begins. And if supernatural explanations are ruled out beforehand, Jesus' resurrection is never even a candidate for belief. So, is a commitment to naturalism a good reason to reject the resurrection? As Alvin Plantinga and others have shown, naturalism as a worldview is fundamentally incoherent because it ends up undermining the reliability of the cognitive faculties required to affirm it. If naturalism is true, how did you obtain your cognitive faculties, the processes that produce your beliefs? There's really only one game in town if you're a naturalist. Your ability to reason is the product of natural selection acting on random mutation. Natural selection, of course, favors traits that help organisms survive and reproduce. So, if human reasoning evolved naturally, it's because it helped human beings survive and reproduce. Does this give us any basis for trusting our reasoning ability when it comes to questions of theology or philosophy or science?
Yes.
No. At best, our cognitive faculties would be reliable when it comes to finding berries or using a spear against an enemy or doing something to attract a mate. Interestingly, Darwin himself noticed this problem. He said, "But with me, the horrid doubt always arises whether the convictions of man's mind, which has been developed from the mind of the lower animals, are of any value or at all trustworthy. Would anyone trust in the convictions of a monkey's mind if there are any convictions in such a mind?"
Yes.
Naturalism isn't a pillar of rationality, it's a pillager of rationality.
That was brutal.
But a more glaring difficulty, given a discussion of miracles, is the global abundance of miracle claims. In 2006, the Pew Forum issued a report titled Spirit and Power, a 10-country survey of Pentecostals, discussing statistics on Pentecostals and charismatic Protestants in the United States, Brazil, Chile, Guatemala, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, India, the Philippines, and South Korea. And the researchers found that approximately 200 million Pentecostal and charismatic Protestants in just those 10 countries believe that they have personally witnessed miraculous healings. Imagine what the numbers would be if the study had included all denominations in all countries.
But
In
where
a
is the
2022
proof?
article for the New York Times, Dr. Molly Worthen writes,
Yeah, if anyone doesn't understand, this is actually, I don't even think I bring up Hume, but this is a response to the kind of Humean objection, namely that if there's a claim about a miracle, there's uniform human experience against the existence of miracles, and therefore, if someone claims they've seen a miracle, all of human experience rails against that. And so the point here is, wait a minute, you had a study of one denomination of Christianity in 10 countries, and they were already in the hundreds of millions as far as people who believe they've witnessed a miraculous healing. If you multiplied that out to like include all denominations in all countries and all religions and so on, what number do you think you'd get as far as how many people believe? Doesn't mean it's happened. Doesn't mean you can't be skeptical and so on. But how many people do you think have believed that they have witnessed a miracle? You'd probably be dealing with like about 1 billion people. And so the point is, you can't assume before investigation that miracles don't occur when you have, you can't assume a uniform human experience when you've got basically 1 billion people in the world who think they've witnessed a miracle. You can't just assume they're all wrong without investigation.
Yeah, I would say that there is no argument to be made for that miracles just do not occur. However, if the claim is that miracles do indeed occur, and that if you want to convince somebody that miracles do actually occur, then I would say that there needs to be actual proper evidence to show that miracles do occur. Something that convinces people, that goes beyond just anecdotal evidence, that goes beyond something like, I believe this and that happened, because people believe a lot of wild.
Yeah, so this isn't proving miracles. This is responding to a prior commitment to the non-existence, the non-occurrence of miracles. And AP, hey, if you don't think miracles occur, watch this quotation.
Scholars estimate that 80% of new Christians in Nepal come to the faith through an experience with healing or deliverance from demonic spirits. Perhaps as many as 90% of new converts who join a house church in China credit their conversion to faith healing.
AP, you can't say those people are all dumb. They're Asian. Anyway.
In Kenya, 71% of Christians say they have witnessed a divine healing, according to a 2006 Pew study.
That's a good point.
Even in the relatively skeptical United States, 29% of survey respondents claim they have seen one. After reviewing a number of miracle reports from around the world, Dr. Craig Keener concludes, "It is no longer plausible to tout uniform human experience as a basis for denying miracles, as in the traditional modern argument. Hundreds of millions of claims would have to be satisfactorily explained in non-supernatural terms for this appeal
I
to
have to
succeed. While
I
many
have to say something funny. I occasionally see in the chat some atheists or some people coming out like AP.
Yeah, what are those losers doing?
AP say something about AP say how say that this is not true. I'm not sure what you guys think my purpose here is, but I'm not here to debate or to counter David's video or his arguments.
Yeah.
Of course, I might make my remarks when I just feel the need to say something. But if you want to counter David's remarks or David's arguments, you should probably ask him for a debate. I'm not here to debate him.
Yeah, and that's not even the point. The point of this live stream is not proving the resurrection or proving anything else.
Yeah.
It's, hey, what do you guys think of this video that refuted David Wood? And then all his Rationality Rules fans, oh, you've been humiliated. He destroyed you. He debunked you. And we look at the actual video. And anyway, almost done.
may be so explained, one cannot adopt the conclusion of uniformity as a premise without investigating all of them. In other words, those who exclude supernatural explanations prior to investigation do so by faith, not because the evidence demands it. Second, it's perhaps even more common to reject the resurrection because of what the resurrection implies. If we believe that Jesus rose from the dead, we might think it's a good idea to listen to what he says. But Jesus said all kinds of things about sin and judgment and salvation, and if we don't want to take his teachings seriously, or if we don't want to become Christians, or if we despise anything that has any connection to Christianity, we kind of need to get rid of that whole rising from the dead thing. Now, this has always seemed like an odd approach to me. Decide what we want to believe ahead of time, and then reject evidence that doesn't line up with what we want to believe. And atheists normally condemn this approach. Suppose an atheist comes to you with some kind of evidence. Let's say he gives you evidence for common descent, the claim that all living things share a common ancestor. If your response is, well, I don't like what common descent implies because that would mean I'm related to pigs, so I'm going to reject any evidence you give me for it, the atheist will accuse you of being anti-science and anti-evidence and irrational and stupid and bigoted and so on.
Based.
Yes.
But then, if you present that same atheist with evidence that Jesus rose from the dead, you'll suddenly find that heaven and hell and the Salem witch trials and gay wedding cakes and all kinds of other topics are entering into his evaluation of whether Jesus was dead and whether he was alive again later.
What about those
Feelings
cakes?
become the ultimate trump card. We obviously can't stop our atheist friends from smuggling their feelings about Christianity into discussions of historical facts about Jesus, but we can point out how ridiculous it is for them to claim to be the champions of reason and science and logic when their feelings and emotions have full reign over their reasoning. Now, there's other evidence that's relevant to this discussion, and there are additional objections to consider. But we already have enough to conclude that Jesus rose from the dead.
I've had enough.
All the available evidence tells us that Jesus died by crucifixion and that he was alive again later. Friends and foes were so thoroughly convinced that Jesus had appeared to them that they were willing to endure torture and death for the privilege of proclaiming the Christian message. The question for us is this: what could have convinced all these people that Jesus had appeared to them? This is the question I struggled with almost 3 decades ago.
No, I didn't.
And
What?
You made a mistake. You said that we already know that he was that he died by crucifixion and that he was alive. But you're supposed to make that conclusion only afterwards. You could say that that it is reported that he was alive.
What are you talking about? I already gave you all the evidence. You don't have to go over the points.
But But right now, you're just you're summarizing the argument, but getting the chronology of the argument wrong. I
Dude.
don't know. I'm playing a game right now, so I'm not really
Yeah.
paying attention to
Hey,
whether you're actually doing it or not.
hey. Don't be a rationality rules guy. Here, almost done here.
Couldn't think of any explanation apart from the resurrection,
What was I saying?
willing to endure torture and death for the privilege of proclaiming the Christian message. The question for us is this: what could have convinced all these people that Jesus had appeared to them?
What could have convinced them?
This is the question I struggled with almost 3 decades ago, and I couldn't think of any explanation apart from the resurrection that could account for the historical evidence.
But then the
By
truth
that
revealed
time,
itself
I
to me.
already knew that naturalism was a theory in crisis,
It's done.
and I didn't trust my feelings enough to reject facts I didn't like. In the end,
Facts.
I concluded that
Feelings.
Jesus of Nazareth rose from the dead, and that if I was going to listen to anyone tell me about God, it was him.
All right. Now notice what I ended with
you
there,
see
ladies and gentlemen. After building a case, which you can believe or reject, but after building a case based on a collection of facts granted by scholars, even atheists and agnostic scholars, taking facts. So here's a fact. Here's a fact. This isn't just me. This isn't just a Christian position. It's a Christian position, but not just a Christian position. Atheists and agnostic scholars will agree with this. Atheists and agnostic scholars will agree with that. Put it together. Sounds like he rose from the dead. So why don't atheists and agnostic scholars believe in his resurrection? Well, and then I went through some possible objections and so on. Went through the objections, and then in the end, I point out, hey, if this is the guy who rose from the dead, then if I'm going to listen to someone tell me about the supernatural things, I'm going to listen to that guy. What's that? That ties into, that's the overall reasoning with my statements at the beginning, that the resurrection is connected to all these other things. Did our good friend, Rationality Rules, debunk my argument as he claims to have done? What do you think, AP?
Yeah, well, considering that your point here is it is true because the Bible says that it is true, as we have just heard. Yeah, obviously he did debunk that. However, if we were to assume that that was not actually your point, then no, he didn't debunk that. Given that that wasn't actually your point, no, he didn't debunk it at all.
Interesting. I want to hear from other people, especially any other atheists, guys. Like,
Stupid atheists, respond now.
yeah, it's such a weird situation where you don't have to automatically side with whoever your position is. That's a bad habit. If you're a Christian, you don't have to automatically side with the Christian if the Christian offers a terrible argument. If you're an atheist, you don't automatically have to side with the atheist, even if he's made a terrible argument. If you're a Muslim, you don't have to side with a Muslim just because he's a Muslim. You don't have to do that. You can say, hey, even though I'm this position, this person made a terrible argument, and we need some better arguments. Let me see.
Or you can just be like me and pretend to be an atheist and then just say the Christian is obviously right. That works too. I do have one thing, though. I always have one issue with something that you said there or something that you implied there, which is that that people, despite seeing the evidence, would reject the evidence or could reject the evidence based on certain underlying objections or concerns that they might have, such as the obligations that come with believing in Jesus.
Side note, that's true of all of us. We're thinking, oh, here's what this points to, but it's a package deal. So that's true of me and you, right? Like if a Muslim is giving an argument for Muhammad, it's in our heads like, oh, well, if I agree with this, I have to agree with child marriage and all this other stuff. So in other words, it's going to raise the stakes for us a little bit. We're going to be a bit more skeptical than if it was just like some claim out in the middle of nowhere that you could agree with. Or in other words, if it's something that's really relevant to your life and to all kinds of other things, then you generally become more careful in your evaluations and so on. And if you particularly don't like, hey, there's this, but if you believe this, then there's all this other stuff that comes with it. If you're like, I don't want all that other stuff, well, it kind of affects your assessment of the argument. So it's just a point that comes in. But I think that's true of everybody.
Yeah, but the thing is, so when I hear something like that, for example, like that is something that you can hear from Muslims quite often. When I hear something like that, I think that sounds a little bit prejudiced and a little bit like a blanket statement right there. Because I personally, I did talk about this in the past, and I genuinely mean it, and I still feel the same way. Sometimes, much less nowadays than in the past. I had this whole thing of, oh, I wish I could believe in something. I wish I believed in something. I wish I followed something. I wish I was part of something, and never really have the idea. Oh, if I believe in it, then I have to, I'll be part of a community and do this and that. No, I don't even believe that I would have to, do all of those things. All I do believe is that if I were, for example, convinced at some point that there is a God and that a said religion is true, that, for example, Christianity is true, I would have to adjust my thoughts and my expectations and my feelings accordingly, but that would happen on its own, and I also wouldn't have any problem with it, because as it is, I don't have a problem with Christian morality. In fact, I would say that I'm very much in line with it, all very, very much. So I wouldn't say that I have any personal objection or underlying objection to the truth of Christianity at all. So that would not be applicable to me, I would say. And I'm pretty sure that there are lots of
about
people,
you. Not everything's about you, AP.
I'm pretty sure that there are
take
lots
everything as a personal attack on you.
I'm pretty sure that there are lots of persons who feel that same way. So when they hear that, when they hear something like that, they think, yeah, that just seems like an accusation.
No, I mean, keep in mind, I'm not saying this only. I kind of went through it. What are the possible objections to this? You could say this, you could say that, you could say this, you could say that, you could say this. I gave kind of the two big ones. I acknowledge there are all sorts of other possible objections. The two, as far as I can tell, the real obstacles to, as far as people who study this and so on, it's either, the most common would just be, what are you talking about? Miracles? I don't believe in miracles, something like that. And so it's just like, even, matter of fact, even people who would grant, maybe God exists or something like that, they kind of take it as a rule that you can't incorporate something miraculous in your conclusions. Like it's kind of like off limits. You just can't. You have to explain everything within the framework of our world. But I think it is a pretty huge issue for a lot of people that belief in the resurrection of Jesus would entail a lot of life-altering other things. And so I think people are just going to be more skeptical of something like that if they don't particularly favor it. This is not an attack on you, AP. It's just not.
Stop attacking me
it that way. All right, guys. So I'm going to have a little poll right now. For those of you, if you just tuned in like 5 minutes ago, please do not. We want people who actually watched both videos. We've been here a while. So we saw Rationality Rules. Rationality Rules, he says he's debunked my video. All he went to was the introduction where I'm introducing the topic. I didn't give any arguments there. Even according to AP, he straw-manned me multiple times just when he's responding to the introduction. And then you could consider his entire video a straw man because he acts like he responded to my video. When, as we've watched, we've gone through it, and I argued that Jesus was dead and that we have a really good case for this historically, and that his followers were convinced that he had appeared to them. These are not merely Christian beliefs. Atheists and agnostic scholars agree on this. I went to our earliest source, the Creed in 1 Corinthians. I gave a bunch of scholars who acknowledge that some of them say within months, some of them say within a few years, but the point is this is really early. Why? To show what was being preached way back in the day, and you can't, whatever explanation you have, it can't be that this was invented a century later, five centuries later. You can't say that. We know this is very early material. Went through some possible objections. Maybe the disciples were lying. If it's not legend, what was it? Was it hallucinations? Went through those. And then, well, if scholars are granting the facts that you're using to conclude resurrection, how are you concluding resurrection when they don't conclude resurrection? And I pointed out that some people just won't accept resurrection as an explanation in general because it's supernatural. And some people rule that out as a possible explanation. And that other people might just not want to sign on to Christianity, which seems like you kind of have a really good reason to do if you believe that Jesus rose from the dead. So that's the case that I actually laid out. We could go back through it if anyone wants to. I don't want to, but what did Rationality Rules say my case was? It was just endless fallacies and me saying I believe the Bible because the Bible says so. That's what he said in his video, and he couldn't even just going through the introduction to my video, he couldn't even get it right what I was saying in that introduction. In the introduction, for instance, I said that Christians haven't been saying, hey, just have blind faith. We've been saying from the first century on, here's evidence, here's proof. And to do that, I quoted the Apostle Paul to show that the Apostle Paul was presenting this as proof. And that's all I was saying was that Christians have been presenting this as proof that we should investigate. Rationality Rules, nope, he's quoting all he does is quote the Bible to say that Jesus rose from the dead. All he does is quote Paul, and he takes that as proof that Jesus rose from the dead, but he would never accept this from Muslims or Hindus and so on. And I really can't think of anything that he said in his, whatever it was, 14-minute, 16-minute, whatever video, where he was accurately refuting something that I said or accurately pointing out a fallacy in something I said. And again, if he's claiming to have refuted the entire video without so much as mentioning the existence of the case I actually laid out, I don't know what to think. Anyway, we're going to have a poll now, ladies and gentlemen. Did Rationality Rules? This is true, and willing to toss this out for you Rationality Rules fans as well. Did Rationality Rules, this is the first question, did Rationality Rules respond to David Wood's video honestly and accurately?
Of course.
Keep in mind, we're not talking about whether you agree with me or whether you agree with my point or whether you're a Christian or whether you're an atheist or whether you agree with me that Jesus rose from the dead. Did he, in his video, which he claims he debunked, but only went to the very beginning of the video, didn't look at anything I actually argued, pretended that those were my arguments and claimed that he had refuted them and that I was being inconsistent because I don't apply this same reasoning to all these other religions. Did he respond to my video honestly and accurately? Whatever your position is. All right, let's get the poll. I will take some super chats while that's going. Solitary Emi says, one reason I'm Christian is because of all the evidence for Jesus really being God. In your face, AP and Bart Ehrman. I don't see a better option, so I just trust Jesus. And it's better, and it's easy to spot a rotten egg, but hard to lay a better one. Is that a saying? Because that sounds good. It's easy to spot a rotten egg, but hard to lay a better one.
I take this as an assault against me. I feel assaulted.
She's saying atheism is a rotten egg.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait for the Apostate Pirate arc. What is that? You know what that's about?
What?
Apostate Pirate? Sounds kind of funny.
Nope. That sounds funny. It does indeed.
Apostate Pirate arc?
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Wow, we are at 96% of people saying 345 votes. We'll let that keep going for a minute. Come on, Rationality Rules. And guys, here's a situation, to be honest. AP likes Rationality Rules, considers him a friend. He says he's seen videos that he liked and so on. But you can acknowledge, hey, this wasn't a good response here. You can do that. I can sit there and watch a Christian and say, I didn't think that Christian's response was very good. I can look at things I've said in the past and say, I should have answered that way better, or man, I was just flat out wrong about that. It's called intellectual honesty here, ladies and gentlemen. Did Rationality Rules respond to my video honestly and accurately? Do you know what this apostate pirate is about, though? Nope. Maybe it was something from earlier in the video. I have to say, though, that there's been this trend.
It's because I was holding the machete and having my my terrorist scarf on my head. Probably a reference to that.
I wouldn't be a pirate. Wouldn't be a pirate.
Terrorist,
anyway.
pirate, whatever.
Yeah. Apostate pirate. It's got a cool ring to it, though.
It does.
Hey, I have to say, given the people who are losing their eye, Salman Rushdie lost an eye. Bishop Marmari lost an eye. If you were in a failed attack and lost an eye, you'd be a pretty cool apostate pirate.
The thing is, where is my attack, man? Why do you go for these old people? Where is my attack?
Yeah, I know. Cowards. If you guys are real men, why is the apostate prophet still got his eyes? You guys go after these 90-year-olds.
Yeah, idiots.
Cowards. Math makes you good at logic. This rationality rules guy apparently never made it past algebra 1. Yeah, not good application of logical fallacies. Again, logical fallacies aren't something you just spit out to reject things you don't like, guys. You need to be careful when someone's, I mean, if you're committing the straw man fallacy, here's the thing, guys, you can always do this. You can always take what someone, if you want to fit what someone said into a fallacy, you take what the person said and say, oh, okay, here's what the person said. I want to apply this fallacy. I want to apply this. Hey, hang on. Here's my fallacy card. I want to apply my fallacy card to this. So I'll misrepresent what the person said and then say, ha, he committed this fallacy. He did that. He did that. He did that. He said, here's what David's saying when it wasn't what I was saying at all. And then I'm playing my fallacy card. Well, if you can't get it to fit an actual fallacy and you have to misrepresent what the person's saying, then you're the one committing a fallacy. This is a straw man fallacy. You're saying, hey, I'm refuting this person who said this and the person didn't say it. And so, I don't know. What do you do?
You see, David is aware that he's committing the fallacy, so he's trying to turn it around.
This is the fallacy-free zone, ladies and gentlemen, unless we're playing videos by Rationality Rules, and then it's fallacy central, apparently. To be way cooler than Dawa guys, just learn names of all their crazy caliphs, understand their deeds and motives, and better comprehend world history. No one can be cooler than the Dawa guys. No one can be cooler than the Dawa guys.
Indeed.
Scott Curie says, I used to debate and I recognize this guy's tactics. He's basically someone who learned fallacy definitions and bases his whole argument off of them. Yes, similar to what I was saying. You just go out and say, oh, that's a fallacy denying the antecedent to everything someone said. And if people don't know any better, then they won't know what you're saying. David the Goliath said, if Jesus was resurrected, why did he not make appearances to Pilate or the Roman emperor? Christianity would have been state religion from 33 AD, not 380 AD. Yeah, not what we're talking about here. You can always say, if I say God did this, you can always say, why didn't he do that? It's not a good objection.
It's the perfect objection.
It's the perfect objection. Muhammad, Sex Simulator 2015 is a thing. I so scared. What? That'd be pretty creepy. Pretty creepy. Using logical fallacies is a Giga Chad move. Yes, it's Giga Chad. Can you guys look up IDF versus AJ?
Wait a minute. It is an actual thing.
What it is? Serious?
It is an actual thing. What the hell? Sorry. I have to check that out.
That is weird stuff. Weird, creepy stuff. All right. All right, I'm going to end that poll. We're going to do another poll.
Leave the polls alone. They suffered enough.
Hey, teacher, leave those polls alone. So we had a question about whether he was honest and accurate. Now we'll have another one that's related. Did Rationality Rules refute David Wood's resurrection video? Because his followers keep sending me messages saying that I've been destroyed. So again, whether you're atheist, you keep in mind, you can be an atheist and think that I have no case for the resurrection or that the belief in the resurrection is stupid, any of that stuff. That does not mean that some video that just stuck with the introduction, misrepresented everything I said, actually refuted my video. So being an atheist does not mean that you have to agree with Rationality Rules. Being a Christian doesn't mean you have to agree with me. You could say, David, I believe in the resurrection, but Rationality Rules completely destroyed your weak case. You could do that. You can say that. So, question, did Rationality Rules refute David Wood's resurrection video, as he claims and as his fans claim? New poll, ladies and gentlemen. New poll. What are you laughing at? You were cracking up laughing, disrupting the entire show and ruining this great moment.
Gotta listen to this.
What?
So Mohammed Sex Simulator 2015.
Oh my goodness! Why'd you guys bring that up? You know his pervy mind is just going to fixate on that. Now the whole show is ruined. Go ahead.
Description. It is a game made by so-and-so as a response and tribute to the Charlie Hebdo terrorist attack. The game is basically a sex simulator in which you can make the Prophet Muhammad have sex with men or a variety of animals.
A variety of animals like this? Wait, it's a game?
It is an actual game.
AP, I'm just saying. If you were to purchase that game and we were to get together and all play the game, yes, it would be pretty gross for me as a good wholesome Christian to play the game, but I would do it in the name of responding to the jihad against Charlie Hebdo.
The thing is, I don't think I could live stream that unless we set up a different...
Oh yeah, you'd have to. Well, you might have to blur. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know if it's just like flipping cards or something like that. But if there's anything graphic or something like that, you could always blur.
No, it's actually like a simulation of actual sexual activity between Muhammad and a sheep. Here, I see.
All right, some of you atheists need to get together with AP and and record yourselves playing that game for Rumble. And record yourselves playing the game for Rumble. So, continuing the super chats, can you guys look up IDF versus AJ Von Baker? No, not in this live stream. That's way too off topic to get into the war there. All ham to Alan. AP is a Christian, according to some dude in chat. Yeah, of course. We hear that all the time. We also hear from our Muslim friend, David Wood is actually an atheist. And those same Muslims will say, hey, AP is a Christian. They like saying that you're the opposite of whatever you say you are.
Oh, yeah.
He's got it right there. He's got that. He's got that. And look, the only way we could verify that AP is a secret undercover Christian is if he had some sort of cross tattoo on him. That's the only way.
Which, of course, why would I?
Hey, look, we got a comment from Revert AP. You Zionist! You Zionist getting destroyed.
That's a good profile picture. Yeah.
Solitary Emmy says, the Buddhist is trusting a human, Buddha. We are trusting a man who claimed to be God himself and proved it. Jesus is unlike any other in history and ever. Yeah, that's if you guys go back to Rationality Rules and his actual argument, it was just, oh, David says he believes this and he's confident, but there are other people who are confident. What was I actually saying? I was saying there's something interesting here at the heart of Christianity in that you have something where you can, even if you're an unbeliever, you can go and start examining the facts and then base your assessment off things that you can investigate and verify historically. You can go to scholars, Christian scholars, atheist scholars, Jewish scholars, and actually investigate this. And in areas of, religions and what's at their core, it's pretty rare to have something like that. So I say, hey, isn't it interesting? Here at the core of Christianity, we got this and we can investigate it. And his response is, oh, but Hindus believe in their religion. And so, yeah. Oh, and Muslims believe that Muhammad took the night journey and so on. Really? What are your early sources on that? What are your early sources? What facts about Muhammad's night journey do you have where atheist and agnostic scholars would say, yes, the Muslims are absolutely correct on this point. We don't agree with Islam, but the Muslims are exactly 100% indisputably correct on this. What facts are you building your case on? Exactly. So why does Rationality Rules keep saying, oh, but that's the same thing over and over again? That's the same thing over here. No, it's not. Over here. Oh, but it's the same thing over here. No, it's not. See, David's being inconsistent. He spots it when he's talking about Muhammad's night journey, and he doesn't believe that, but he believes this thing that you can investigate historically and find a number of find scholars across the board agreeing with it. Yeah, there's a reason I prefer that one. You never touched it, dude. Because why? You want to you've just absorbed the idea all religious claims are on basically the same level, and atheists are the smart ones. Christians, Muslims, everyone else, they're all the dumb ones. We're the smart groups. They're all committing fallacies, and they're all inconsistent, and they don't understand that they're a bunch of hypocrites.
You're supposed to challenge Rationality Rules to a fist fight.
I can't do it, man. That'd be like That'd be like when Jake Shields challenged you to a fist fight.
Good point.
So yeah, the Buddhist. Let's see. He cries fallacies, then uses anecdotal evidence. Yeah. Again, guys, you should learn fallacies. You don't need to learn all of them. There are a few that just pop up over and over again. Things like straw man, hasty induction, things like that. There are some that happen over and over and over again, and you need to be aware of them. Don't learn them just so you can dismiss things that you don't like and just so you can pretend that you've refuted things by naming a fallacy. Don't learn logic for that reason. That is an abuse of logic. Rationality Rules is one massive abuse of logic. Pretend it's all for show. It's for show. I'm pretending that I have refuted this, even though I haven't even gotten to what the argument is, but I've refuted it. That is not the reason. So whether you're Christian, whether you're Muslim, whether you're atheist, do not use logic for that purpose. Learn logic because it actually helps you get to the truth by ensuring that your arguments are valid.
Logic is stupid.
Mm-hmm. Stupid. If Jesus was born of a virgin, how did gospel authors learn about this? Because Jesus never talks about his virgin birth during his life. What is the point of fulfilling a prophecy and not telling anyone about it? Well, I mean, this is not really relevant to the topic we're discussing here. But if you wanted to say it from a Christian perspective, how would people have learned about the virgin birth of Jesus? Who do you find in the upper room? Mother of Jesus. His brothers are there. His sisters are there. You have Jesus' family there afterwards. So one and two, no one claims that you have a complete record of everything Jesus said. But at the end of the day, we just don't have that information on who was saying what. You have it in the Gospels. And as far as how these guys got it, Luke says he went and talked to the people who were there, the people who were witnesses. You can reject that and say, well, I don't believe him. But yeah, it's just a different situation. It's a different situation in the sense that if you go to atheists and agnostic scholars, or even some Christian scholars would not affirm the virgin birth, or that you have good historical evidence for the virgin birth. When you're talking about Jesus' crucifixion and his appearances and so on, you actually have a lot of evidence to deal with. So I tend to focus on the things we know about rather than all these, well, what about this? What about that? Go ahead.
That's one of those things where Bart Ehrman, for example, when I asked him about it, he says that there's it is reasonable to assume that the virgin birth may be a later addition or a legend that was or something like this. So from his point of view, from an atheist or from a skeptic, critical point of view, that could be a thing. And but that was also relevant to my discussion with him and to how Islam adopts Jesus without knowing what it does. Because so Bart Ehrman's argument is the virgin birth being an addition makes sense because it is specifically an argument that is used in order to solidify and verify the idea that Jesus is God, to make it as firm as possible, because in that culture and in that time, virgin birth means, so no human father means son of God. It's like a synonym for that. So why in the world would a religion like Islam come along and adopt that? Mm-hmm. but yeah, that is just a
so it's actually it's actually a good example of what we're talking about here. You don't have enough historical information if you weren't a Christian. So as a Christian, here's how the reasoning would go. This is how the reasoning would go for me as a Christian. I can investigate the resurrection of Jesus, and I conclude that Jesus rose from the dead. So I look at that and I say, okay, this looks like God is doing something very important. So I believe that God is doing something right here. And from there, kind of work my way outward to believing the other things of Christianity, rather than just saying, hey, I'm a Christian, I believe all these things. Whereas if you don't have that first step of believing that he rose from the dead, and that's the stuff that you have kind of the best evidence on, like, why are you going to believe all the other stuff? And so that's the
That is
situation.
logical, though. So yeah, if you're going to if you do conclude based on other strong evidence that the message is true and that there is a point to it, that there's no reason why you would then afterward have an objection to the virgin birth, for example. Yeah.
All right, I just ended the second poll. The second poll, ladies and gentlemen, I ended it. It was at 91% saying he did not refute my video. 91%. 91%. One more poll. One more, unless I think of another one, but one more poll. Because, and I'm just saying this from personal, it's my personal view here. Someone can mess up and use a dumb argument or something like that. And you say, okay, he had a bad day there. And therefore, okay, I don't agree with him here. Like if AP made some stupid point, which he does pretty regularly, doesn't mean I don't generally trust AP. Me personally, that video was so bad, like pretending to have refuted a video where he never even got to the actual argument and then straw manning almost everything I said. Like, I mean, I'm not interested in ever seeing anything that guy posts again, unless he had some massive change of heart. Hey, I'm sorry. I was really drunk that day, and that's why I was super condescending and thumping my chest. Oh, I got my deck. I got my Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Oh, I'm blessed and I'm destroying. That kind of behavior, that sort of chest thump. Dude, this is Dawa. This is Ali Dawa. That response is like Ali Dawa level, right? And you know what we think of Ali Dawa right here. That's like Ali Dawa level. That's like Dawa tactics. Pretending that you've responded when you haven't touched it. Pretending you've destroyed, you've been humiliated when you haven't touched it. That's what it was like. So based on what I've seen, I'm not interested in hearing it. Do not send me any more videos. If he follows up, I'm just not interested. I'm not interested in responding to the guy. This is not true. I mean, there are Christians that I'm not fans of. There would be some Christians that I would not, I don't know. You could find Christians that I would not trust to interact with. But this guy's a guy, you have to have some base level of, I think you're sincere in your responses or something like that to interact with someone. I don't even have that with him. So the new question is, after watching both videos, again, this is for people who actually sat through and watched both videos. So if you just came in 5 minutes ago, please restrain yourself. After watching both videos, do you trust Rationality Rules?
Yeah.
After watching both videos, do you trust Rationality Rules? Do you trust him? When he posts a video, are you going to be thinking, I got some good stuff here because Rationality Rules posted his new video and I know it's going to be good?
Yes, I trust.
I was watching Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, and I was wondering if Treebeard is a Garkid kind.
But people actually watch that? That's interesting.
Hey, I wonder if anyone's used that somehow. The trees, because they're all talking. Hey, that's interesting. You got all the trees. The trees are all actually alive and conscious, like they are in Islam.
They are.
Interesting. I hear it all the time from atheists. Oh, I think this is back when I was saying everything is faith. I hear it all the time from atheists. Generally, philosophical or historical arguments for Christianity are simply ignored rather than confronted. Yeah, I mentioned that because we're over on Cameron Bertuzzi's channel, Capturing Christianity, and it was me and Luke Barnes, who's a physicist. And we're going through Holy Kool-Aid's response to the fine-tuning argument. And the vast majority, I'm talking between 80 and 90% of what he was saying the fine-tuning argument was, we keep going, that's not the argument. That's not the fine-tuning argument. What are you even talking about? And so it was mostly a massive straw man. We kept saying, this is a straw man. This is a straw man. And yet he's thumping his chest the entire time. You see how I've destroyed it. I've completely refuted it. What? How can these people be so dumb to fall for this? I see that over and over again. Not from all atheists. It's just disturbingly common.
Only from 99% of atheists.
Yes, only 99% of atheists are doing this, are straw manning everyone around them.
Yes.
Let's see. Sheikh Yogi Bear. This video by Rationality Rules reminds me of those old SJW wrecked compilations. Even if there may be something of value in it somewhere, it seems very superficial. Yeah, that's a good description. Very superficial.
That sounds pretty racist.
And deceptive. We have absolute bollocks here. That's a good description of it too. No comment there. Did
Sounds
he
pretty good.
disclose? Did he disclose that his game is sponsoring video? Oh, you mean where you have to put out if you have a product placement? I don't care about. Guys, do not report him for anything. If
I
that's what
don't
you're talking
think that. I don't think it's. I don't think
I don't
you'd
think you
have
have
to
to do that.
if it's
No, you don't
your
have to do
own.
that. Yeah, like if you were wearing your T-shirt, your Rationality Rules T-shirt, or your Apostate Prophet T-shirt, I don't think you have to report that to YouTube or anything. I think that's if some company contacts you and wants you to do something, then you have to say it. I'm the apostate of vegetarianism, the ex-vegetarian Christian lover, and I am a Hindu. Yes, we exist anyway. BG tries to teach more. Oh, Bhagavad Gita tries to teach more than enforce truth.
Yes,
He is
that's
the
true.
apostate of vegetarianism, the ex-vegetarian chicken lover, and I am a Hindu. Yes, we exist.
That's
Yeah,
true.
I don't know what the various beliefs are, but our landlords up in New York, they were Hindus, but they would eat chicken. They would not eat anything else, but they would eat chicken. I don't know what I think you have different kinds of groups. Ask IP, not sus, about the evidence for the Exodus. Can't do that right now. It would be way too far off topic. And why would anyone think that AP knows anything about the evidence for the Exodus?
You mean IP?
Oh, did he say IP? Oh, okay. IP, not the sus one. Okay. I thought we were talking about AP.
too.
Yeah. We'll ask IP. IP. Everyone, how about you send a chat with a miracle you've seen? Ooh, that's an interesting one. Everyone, how about you send a chat with a miracle you've seen? A blind see, a person considered dead by HIV come back healed from it. I was born with no lymphatic vessels. They were created overnight after a prayer. So this would be another example of what we're talking about in that poll of people who, like AP, probably wouldn't believe that a miracle has occurred. Even if he saw the evidence, he might say, well, maybe it's something else or something like that. Maybe the records are wrong or something like that. The point is, this is actually very common for people. I've heard lots of stories like this, people who are mangled in accidents or blind or horrible vision and so on, claiming. Now, keep in mind, even though I believe in miracles, it doesn't mean I'm just going to believe anything anyone says. And so I'm still somewhat skeptical of some things, but I've heard some stories where, oh my goodness, that is wild. Sometimes it's multiple people who witnessed it telling me about this. I'm like, whoa. Unless all these people are lying, that is some wild stuff right there. How dare AP side with an atheist? May Allah's curse be upon him.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find that game
Alan.
and I can't find it anywhere.
You're just trying to get the pervy game?
Yeah.
That was it? Oh, I guess the question is, that was it? Like, was that his refutation? Yes. He looked at my intro where I mentioned what the significance of the resurrection is. He pretended that those were my arguments for the resurrection and that all I did was quote the Bible, when in reality you saw what I did in the video. What is this? Is this atheism? Can we say that this is a reflection of all atheists? Absolutely.
Every single atheist is exactly like that.
Absolutely. Yep. I'm extremely sick of these nerds who call everything logical fallacies rather than addressing things. Appeal to logical fallacies is a new fallacy. Yeah, that is.
Some people call it the fallacy.
Yeah, there needs to be some actual name for it where you're just dismissing an argument by saying a fallacy, even though there's no fallacy. How dare? Oh, I already said that. How dare? Oh, this was a follow-up to how dare AP side with the atheist. Now it's how dare AP side with a theist? May Dawkins' curse be upon him. You're getting cursed from every direction, dude. You're in all kinds of trouble. You don't know where the curse is coming from. AP abandoned apism as Rationality Rules cultic followers are called apes. I would rather be a wingaling. Ooh, I don't even know about that. Would you rather be a wingaling or a Rationality Rules ape? That is close. Oh gosh. Plus he sounds like a mix of Richard Brand or Russell Dawkins. Richard Brand or Russell Dawkins.
That's beast.
Wonder how much Hamas paid Stephen. He's getting paid. Hindus have been reliving Krishna miracles forever. Thousands of saints in every century have been doing it. Various dance forms, music, etc. are dedicated to Krishna to the day, all to prove Krishna
Wrong.
as God.
Wrong.
Yeah, we'd have to see it. We'd have to see it. Yeah, we got to see it. Outside of the straw man arguments, atheists constantly act like the Bible is an invalid source simply because it's internal, but that reasoning could invalidate a large amount of history. Yeah, I actually responded to, as soon as, right after he posted that, someone, because he didn't link to my video, so someone actually had to look up my video, but one of his fans came over and said, lol, arguing the Bible from the Bible, it's circular, so they just went with his argument, didn't see anything. And I said, more like, and you can check the comments still posted on my video, should be one of the recent ones. I said, more like going to the earliest sources to conclude what historical facts we have, and then basing our conclusions on those facts. I said, following your reasoning, if I tried to learn about George Washington by going to sources about George Washington, I have to say it's circular. Because I'm going to the sources to learn about George Washington, assuming the sources are true about George Washington, whatever your reasoning you're applying to the New Testament documents. If you think it's circular to say, here are our first century documents, let's see what we can establish, especially the way I was actually doing it, actually going through, and here are the things that even non-Christian scholars affirm about this, to say, oh, it's just circular. Yeah, it's what you might call the fallacy. Stephen's militant atheism is motivated by his daddy issues. He's a foster kid. Check out Paul Witt's work, Faith of the Fatherless, The Psychology of Atheism. Yeah, you can't. Here's the thing. You do have actual correlations that people with massive problems with their fathers when they're young do tend way more to be atheists and so on. You can't say a specific person that it's because of that. There could be a million there could be a million reasons he's an atheist. So you can't actually say it with you can notice correlations. Doesn't mean you can point to a particular person and say it's because you're a foster kid or something like that.
That's very low. Let's put it that way.
Prove that it's not true. Saying Fuentes is a champion of Catholicism is like saying the mustache man from the 40s is a champion of Christianity. I don't know if you're probably joking, but God bless Gamer. Yeah, we're joking if we call him a champion of. To be clear, we do not regard Nick Fuentes as a champion of Catholicism or of anything besides being an anti-Semitic racist piece of garbage. That's what we would view him as, being the champion of.
I wouldn't even jokingly say that he's a champion of Catholicism, because it's just such.
I think I said it earlier. There you go, champion of Catholicism. It was when we were talking about. It was when you were talking about him going, yeah, and the Holy Spirit. Who'd he go for? Oh yeah, he likes them young. And it's like, dude, you're creepy.
He is a horrible, terrible human being.
It's pretty bad.
That's all he is.
All right, guys, we've had 10 minutes. I'm ending this poll. It ends at 89% saying they do not trust Rationality Rules. 89% saying they do not trust Rationality Rules after watching both of those videos. So 11% of you. This is what's interesting. 11% of you, and of course there are trolls who just are contrarians and so on. 11% of you say that if you watch a video by someone who says, I've debunked this person, look at all these logical fallacies, and he's never actually gotten to the argument, and he pretends that everything's a fallacy, but only because he's misrepresenting everything. And he specifically says, oh, this case is just believe the Bible, when it was, hey, let's go to scholars and get to the historical evidence that we can all agree on. You'd trust him. And I would say, so again, I know there are trolls who just come along and stuff like this. Oh, I'm gonna say, yes, I do trust him, and so on.
Especially then I would trust him.
But for those of you who actually say, I can watch a guy commit fallacy after fallacy, and as far as I can tell, be pretty darn deceptive about what he's responding to, and I trust him anyway, you are begging to be led to a coal pit. Meaning, that's from Thomas Reed. He says, hey, you may be thinking you're following a correct path and stuff. All of a sudden you find yourself in a coal pit. It's clear you went the wrong way. But yeah, you'd basically be someone who wants to be led astray, and you love it.
I love it.
I can't think of anything to comment. I just wanted you to read this goofy name, the Great Sheikh Yamani Makor.
The Great Sheikh Yamani Makor.
The Great Sheikh Yamani Makor. Am I reading this right?
Yes.
The Great Sheikh Yamani Kapoor. Yep. The Great Sheikh Yamani Makor. I can't think of anything to say. Just wanted you to read this goofy name. God bless your ministry, Dr. Dizzle. Much love, AP.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
From Joshua, buzzcut Mohawk guy basically said that proof that Paul says all faith in Christianity hangs on is not enough evidence. Talk about a lack of rationale. Well, even in that, so he's there. He was talking about me quoting Paul. Again, Joshua, for those of you who were watching earlier, I quoted Paul to show that Christians were not saying just believe this. They were saying, hey, we have proof, even in the first century. He quoted Rationality Rules, cut that little clip out, and pretended that I was saying, this is how we know that Jesus rose from the dead, and I take this as conclusive proof. And no, but you wouldn't accept that as proof if Muslims were saying that. Yeah, not what I was saying. So guys, you're either dealing with a guy who just does not understand what people are saying, in which case he shouldn't be responding to people if he can't understand words, or he did understand me and it was deliberate, in which case that's actually something more disturbing. Justin Key, no comment there. LX3, historic accounts of the resurrection is not proof of the resurrection itself. AP is right to call out the leaps of faith being made. I worship Christ, by the way. Historic accounts of the resurrection. Yeah, notice what I did. I didn't say this historic account says Jesus rose from the dead, therefore he rose from the dead. I said, here is the evidence we have that he was dead. Here's the evidence we have that his followers were claiming he appeared to them afterwards. And we know that they were willing to endure persecution and even execution, proclaiming this message. This really, really strongly suggests that they sincerely believed what they were saying and not just making it up. So that's meant to rule out the idea that someone's just lying, that they got together and came up with a lie. And then it's what's called an inference to the best explanation, given these facts. What's the best explanation? Other people would conclude that other explanations are better, like legend or something like that. And so I address the alternative explanations to show that, barring some commitment to naturalism or something like that, best explanation on the table is Jesus rose from the dead. So AP has been humiliated as usual.
I have been.
David Wood, have you got Gary Habermas on the Resurrection Volume 1? I just got, this is incredible. Gary's been telling us he's going to put this out for like 15 years, pretty much since I know him, pretty much since I've known him. You're talking like 20 years. He's been saying, I'm going to come up with this massive, huge thing on the resurrection. We all thought after so many years of him saying he's going to do it, that he wasn't going to do it. And then he did it out of nowhere. Wild stuff. She says, I just got this. It's incredible. I hope you guys, families are all well. And P.S. you should have Mrs. AP and Mrs. Wood on one night. AP's done some shows. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
I've been thinking, my wife is pretty much the wisest person I know. And in this age when everyone's getting on fresh and fit and stuff like this, and they get like, oh, let's get these dumb booby girls on here so we can all tell how manly we are and how dumb all the girls are and stuff like that. Might like to have my wife on here and just crush all these. Who is it? Who's the group? Red pill guys? What pill guys am I talking about here? No, it's not red pill. What pill is it? The guys we'll crush women.
Well, they are actually red pill, but there's kind of a transition happening right now in terms and all that, because the whole red pill idea became kind of unpopular.
Oh, good.
After the god of the red pill movement, Andrew Tate said red pill is lame and red pill are losers. So now they're trying to decide what they actually are.
Look at this genius here in the chat. Criminal Records just said, you said verifiable proof. Dude, you know what verifiable means? It means you can go out and check it. You can go out and check it. There are certain things that aren't verifiable. If I said there are aliens in the Andromeda Galaxy right now, how do you know? You can't. Current state, it's not verifiable. In the distant future, if we have things that can travel to the Andromeda Galaxy and go check it out there, that would be a different story. Right now, not verifiable. If I say there's a dog in my closet that's verifiable. I can go check it. I can go check that out. When I say that the resurrection is verifiable, meaning you can investigate and check on it and see what the evidence is. And the fact that you're saying, oh, you're just using the Bible to establish the truth of the Bible, circular logic, I don't know what you were watching. Did you just listen to Rationality Rules and do like he did, completely skip over what I actually argued, where I'm saying, look, even atheists and agnostic scholars agree on this fact. They say it's an indisputable fact of history, and I'm using that. Is that you interpret that as me just saying, oh, the Bible says it, so I believe it? That's what you're interpreting it as? Because if so, if you're not joking, you're a perfect follower of Rationality Rules.
But you said it's verifiable.
But your dude needs to change his name to fallacies rule or irrationality rules or something like that. Yeah, I think Sam called Nick a demon and a cancer to the Catholic Church. Huh. Pretty messed up.
That sounds pretty based. That sounds just based.
Atheists say just means multiple atheists, so it is not a hasty generalization because many atheists say it.
I think he also attacked Trent Horn and called him. I'm not sure, to be honest, about the exact accusation, but he even questioned Trent Horn's Christianity just because Trent Horn called him out on, or because people asked about him, about Nick Fuentes. He said that he's not somebody that people should go to or look up to or even engage with. Because of his hateful ideas and his denial and speculations and justifications of the Holocaust and all that. And then Nick Fuentes made a whole response, a very angry response to him, in which he started doubting his Christianity and all that.
Nice.
Just what a weasel, man.
Hey, check out. We have a new motto for the Rationality Rules channel. Without omissions, Rationality Rules demolitions.
That's pretty bad.
It's kind of funny. But yeah, it doesn't flow like without lies, Islam guys. Scholars, atheists and believer agree that 1, he existed, 2, he died on the cross, 3, the apostles died or were willing to die for their belief. Yes, those would be some pretty standard things. There are disputes about specific deaths of the apostles and so on, some of the details, because some of those come from later sources. In other words, some of the details come from 2nd or 3rd century sources, but you do have 1st century sources that talk about a lot of the persecution and some of the deaths and so on. So some of it is pretty solid ground. Here you have Jesus mythicism is the young earth creationism of atheism.
I agree.
Well, that's because you're a bigot. You could hear a pin drop. Way to go, D-Wood. I think this was when I was playing my video earlier on. At some point, you could hear a pin drop. Way to go, D-Wood. Yes, way to go, me. Whoa, Daily Wire just posted that someone shot a pastor.
I received messages earlier. Was that from somebody told me about Australia and that something happened again in Australia? I'm not sure what's happening.
I know that they arrested another 16-year-old young jihadi in Australia. And guys, we may need to figure out something to do more than this, because again, you've got the Dawa guys, they're running around praising martyrdom and saying it's great. And then you have these 16-year-olds who watch them and they're going out and trying to kill people or getting killed, arrested, all kinds of things. And they're following the Dawa guys. Like, how are people not responding to this more? Well, because you got to look that up, AP, if you can find anything on that. Well, I'll continue going through the super chats here. Hindus would not try and prove Krishna feats. Hinduism about personal revelation, not books. Yeah, and that's kind of the point. It's, again, different religions are different. Different religions are different. They have different things they emphasize. There are different beliefs. They have different reasons for adhering to those. The point of my video was actually Christianity is pretty. This is pretty rare. Here's how you know that this is true. It's something you can investigate. Something you can actually go to scholars and try to figure out. And that's not. Notice that's not true of most beliefs, even in Christianity. Most beliefs, even in Christianity, you don't say, oh, here's the historical thing where you have a lot of historical evidence that even non-believers will agree on. That's pretty rare. And that's kind of why I made the video, that there is something interesting going on here that we need to be aware of. And you get Rationality Rules. Oh, he's just saying he believes it because the Bible. I've refuted him. Ha ha ha. Me so smart. Atheist so smart.
Hold up, we have it from. It's actually in Pittsburgh. Man enters
Pastor
church
shot?
in Pittsburgh and
This is today's
points
Sunday.
gun at pastor during sermon in suburban Pittsburgh church.
What's crazy
There's
is
a video.
so many things are screwed up right now that who in the world, if you didn't know, you can't even say, oh, it's a jihadi or something. There's too many things that are going on. People are too freaked out. People are too polarized. You don't even know until you got some evidence. It could be all kinds of things. Mo Hijab has a new video where he keeps quoting the Quran wrong, mixes Rome and Persia. Did you know that? Does he do that often? Dawa with just pearly things. Getting facts wrong. Yeah, he does that all the time. But as far as this, hey, I don't know how we're going to cover all this stuff, man. There's too many different things going on. There's your buddy Destiny doing things. There's all this stuff with Sneeko. Here you have Muhammad Hijab and pearly things. Are we going to go through that at some point?
Yes. Then why did it stop in Europe? Well, because
it worked there. Duh, it didn't work there. You'd be Muslim. Duh. God bless you both. Thank you.
Man.
For anti-Americans, America is blessed, protected by God. American government knows something on every dollar and penny, and they declare, in God we trust. In your face, AP. If you don't even believe in God, how do you even use money? Explain that.
That's true.
For
true.
AP.
Atheists can't explain money anyway. Yeah.
For AP, but where is the proof?
That's the proof.
Only I exist, so others' experience doesn't matter.
That's based.
Yeah, that is I use that as a parallel to people who would, if someone just rules out the possibility of something supernatural and they claim just naturalism, sometimes I show them what solipsism is. Solipsism is the belief that you're the only thing that exists. And to make a point about what qualifies as evidence to someone who's going to rule out the possibility of evidence, I say, okay, I'm a solipsist. I'm the only thing that exists. Prove me wrong. And the issue that you want them to figure out is if you've ruled out the possibility of evidence, then there's no evidence that you're going to accept. And so you get to so anyway, certain worldviews would kind of rule out evidence to the contrary. Donkey brain. Who? Better not be calling atheist AP that.
Atheists are donkey brains.
I assume you're talking about our donkey brain friend. Sal Willis says, just to clarify, as a fellow atheist, I was only cheering on behalf of AP's comedic value with his voices impressions. D. Wood, you must prove your beatboxing skills right now. Right now? Oh, yeah, D. Wood and AP in full effect.
Not the worst, I've heard. Pretty good.
But it's not the worst, but it's definitely the best. A pusillanimous leather grape on Zabiba machine of the cow. Although I'm Christian, I disagree because I Asian and dumb. What the heck is wrong? Oh, it's when I said Asian. They can't be wrong because they're Asians. That's messed up. People endure torture and death for TikTok. Not convincing. What are you talking about? Yeah. To be clear, we're not saying if someone endures torture and death for something that therefore they're right. So I don't know if this is a joke or not. But people need to understand the principle involved of liars making poor martyrs. We're not saying if you endure torture and death for something that it's true. I mean, jihadis endure
exactly what you said.
Dying regularly. We're saying if you make something up and you know it's a lie, I can't think of people who make something up and are willing to go to their horrible bloody deaths for preaching it. Maybe you could get one guy who's just a complete lunatic like that. To have a bunch of followers of one guy who are all just, hey, we're making this up. We're going to make up this story about him rising from the dead. We all on the same page here? Okay, we all agree this is what we're going to go out and preach. As soon as heads start flying and lashes start flying and people start getting locked up, someone's probably going to rethink their story there, especially when you have all these opportunities.
Jim Jones.
So here's the thing. When a jihadi dies for Allah, that does not convince me that Islam is true. It convinces me that the jihadi actually believes in Allah. That it convinces me of that. That's the principle. So the only reason for bringing up the persecutions and so on that they endured is just to rule out the liar. So they sincerely believe he rose from the dead and appeared to them. So how do you explain that? Lying, just a bunch of people got together and lied? That's one possible explanation. Once you find out the details about how they died, then they're all just lying. Doesn't seem like again, we're going to the inference of the best explanation. If you rule out, so we're trying to rule out alternative explanations. That is an alternative explanation. That was my alternative explanation before I became a Christian. So.
And what about Jim Jones?
Yeah, if someone says he's willing to endure torture and death for TikTok, I will conclude that person really believes in TikTok. That's a super sticker. We have another description of the super sticker. David, what if Rationality Rules is watching and sees he has a donkey brain? Please be more considerate to those who don't know they have donkey brains.
Nice.
AP gets emotional over being called emotional. Atheist. D. Wood. Doesn't know what emotion is, still makes people emotional. Christian, draw your own conclusions. Yes, the conclusion.
I never got emotional over being called emotional.
Yeah, you did. You freaked out right now.
I never.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Liar! Liar! Liar!
Prophecy, therefore, 70 date isn't circular. Prophecy, therefore, 70 date isn't circular. We have many examples of ex-event prophecy about a big crisis and an immediate eschatological resolution.
No.
Can't quite figure out what position you're on. So this is talking about the dating of the the earliest gospel. See, here's the thing. If you just go with kind of the internal evidence of the Gospels, John would be open to debate. Even there, he acts like some of the stuff that was destroyed in 70 AD is actually still there and still going on, and so on. Same with the book of Hebrews. He acts like the temple sacrifices are still going on. That stuff stopped in 70. So when people are still talking about this stuff as if it's still there and still going on, kind of suggests that it's earlier. But if you're with the synoptics, especially Luke and Mark, Luke just abruptly ends in the mid-60s, right before a bunch of really important stuff happens. You're talking about the martyrdoms of Peter, and Paul, and so on. A bunch of very interesting stuff happens in the 60s. Luke just abruptly stops right before all that stuff happens. So the question is, why does it stop right here, right before all this very important stuff happens in the 60s? The implication, if you didn't have other things kind of pushing you towards one thing or another, the implication would be he ended it when he was up to date, which means that Luke is written around 61 or 62. So Luke is around 61 or 62 because the stuff that happens right after, they didn't touch it. Like some of the most important stuff in the history of the early Christian church happened right after Luke ends. Why, if he's writing it and he's writing it in 70 or 80 AD or something like, why would he not include all this really important stuff? So the reasoning seems to be Luke is actually, the book of Acts was, so we're talking about the book of Acts here. It looks like the book of Acts ends where it does because it was written in the 60s. But Acts is part 2 of Luke Acts. And so Luke came before that. So let's say a year earlier. So now you're talking about 61 or something like that for the book of Luke. And Luke, the book of Luke, was familiar with and used the Gospel of Mark as a source. So that would put Mark earlier and had been circulating for a while. So if you're just looking kind of the internal evidence, looks like Mark would be written in like the 50s. And some argue that the passion narrative, so the ending about Jesus' death and resurrection, was circulated separately before that. So if you hold to that theory, then the passion narrative would be even earlier. Now you're talking like in the 40s or something like that. But there's a degree of speculation there. The point is, if you didn't have a prophecy about Jesus, if you didn't have Jesus prophesying the destruction of Jerusalem in 70, you'd say, looks like Luke is written in the 60s, and Luke and Acts are written in the 60s, and Mark is before that, and so on. So you get some earlier dates. But because Mark includes a prophecy about the destruction of Jerusalem, then they say, okay, he couldn't have prophesied that beforehand, so it must have happened after AD 70. And therefore, if Mark is written in 70 and Luke relied on Mark, then Luke must be after that. And so there are some there are some prior beliefs that are influencing people on the dating system. I would say if you're a Christian, you obviously, or if you're a Muslim, or if you're just a theist who believes that someone can make predictions, you aren't bound with the date of 70 for Mark. Even if you don't believe in God at all and don't believe in predictive prophecy, you still could say you didn't have to be a prophet to realize the Jews keep pushing the buttons of the Romans are going to come do something about it. You wouldn't have to be a prophet to say that. So point is, when you see date of AD 70 for the Gospel of Mark, just keep in mind what that is based on. It's not based on here's when we know it was written. It's based on some assumptions that you do not have to agree with. So you could conclude an earlier date. What?
But is it based?
Based. I'm super based. We can pay 1,000 cash cable TV and can never get such great content as here that we are allowed to enjoy and hopefully appreciate. It's also very educational. Yes, we have better stuff than any TV show. When we watch Rationality Rules completely destroy atheism as a worldview by showing how bankrupt it is and how they just make up fallacies all the time. And this is true of all atheists, guys. The rotten egg line. Oh, here we go. The rotten egg line is from Dr. Frank Turek. Atheists say Christianity is false, etc., but they don't have a better thing. Hey, that's interesting. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of a bad argument.
Atheists. No, it's, I don't know how he's applying it, but it's kind of like some things that I've been pointing out about like Dawkins and the New Atheist stuff. When they're like, get rid of Christianity. It's like, what are you putting in its place? What are you putting in its place? Well, we got nothing to put in its place. Okay, then you're getting Islam. So hope you like reciting the Shahada. You guys are popping with the atheists, agnostics, Islamists, etc. Keep the snowball rolling. Oh yeah. Matter of fact, since Rationality Rules wants some attention, I'm not giving him any more attention because again, I can't think of a scenario where I'm going to actually go through any more of his videos. But since he wants attention for some atheists, I might spend the rest of this month blasting away at atheism just to make sure he understands that there are these things called consequences in life. You don't want some negative attention from the dizzle? How about you don't start running, hey, fallacy. I saw it all in the opening statement of his video. Sorry, I keep forgetting this is AP's hero and friend. What? Oh, here you go. Why learn fallacies when so many use them wrong? So many people just belt out something like straw man when it's not and then refuse to explain. That's true. So notice what you just said. Why learn fallacies when so many people use them wrong? Part of the reason to learn the fallacies is so you can point out when people are using them wrong, like we did.
The primary reason would be not to use the fallacies. To learn the fallacies would be not to use fallacies.
Yeah, you don't want to use fallacies, but you want to learn to point out fallacies, but you want to do so accurately. And it's not just when someone is making a fallacious argument, it's also when someone's saying, oh, that's the fallacy, and it's not actually a fallacy. You point out, no, that the fallacy you're referring to is this, and here's why that's not that. What are you seeing that I'm not seeing here?
You said Nazi.
You said D. Wood, are you familiar with Tara Leigh Cobble? Any thoughts on her theology? If I've ever heard that name before, I do not recall it. Let's see.
It's a woman. It's because it's a woman. David doesn't care.
How could Mary be a virgin if she and Joseph were Jewish and Jewish law requires that a married couple copulate on their wedding night? We're getting into some issues about the virgin birth here. If you were warned by a virgin to keep a woman as your bride, and so you were told by an angel, yes, she's pregnant already, but take her as your wife. Guys, keep in mind, I know how this sounds to atheists. I know it sounds stupid and stuff like that. This is being pointed out as something incoherent within Christianity. No, it's not. If an angel tells you, go ahead and keep this woman as your wife, but she's miraculously pregnant, probably going to go along with that. And not, but my custom says this, so I have to do it.
If your objection to that is going to be, well, but angels don't exist, the angel can't say that. Well,
let that be your objection. Yeah, you don't have to believe that any of that ever happened.
Yeah, and analyze it internally and see if there's an internal inconsistency or not. There is not.
How dare you call me drunk? Drunkenality duels. He's got some cool hair there. How dare you call me drunk? How'd you refute David if David spits truth on you? How'd you refute David if David spits truth on you? That's true. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Red Van needs to make a ringtone out of the opening music and put it up for sale. Please, please, please. Hi to David. You should do that.
A ringtone?
Yeah,
What
make a
is this,
ringtone so that when your phone rings, it's. I would have to get that, and I would make it the ringtone just when you call.
Is this the year 2000? Who sells ringtones? What are they?
Ringtones, they're super cool. Everyone's doing it, AP. Egyptian lover, Egypt. Look it up.
What?
Egypt. The witnesses claim they ate and drank with Jesus after the resurrection. This level of evidence need to be accounted for. Acts 10:41. Yeah, I want to be clear. So now you're talking about the appearances. I mentioned earlier that you have like a spectrum, and that on one side you have even atheists and agnostics. They grant that this is a fact, or that this is indisputable, and so this stuff like Jesus' death by crucifixion, or the disciples believing that Jesus appeared to them, and so on. As far as the reports in like the book of Acts, the agreement goes down. Now, as a Christian, you don't have to care. You don't have to say, "Oh, an atheist doesn't believe." That's not the criteria. We're not looking for. We're not saying, "Oh, let's go to the atheist and find out what we're supposed to believe, and we'll agree with that." The point of pointing out what even atheists and agnostic scholars is, when someone is agreeing on something about a very controversial figure like Jesus, and even the atheists and agnostics and everyone is agreeing on the same thing, there's probably some pretty strong evidence if it's compelling everyone to agree on it. But the Jesus eating and drinking with the disciples eating and drinking with Jesus after the resurrection, you find that in the Gospels, the book of Acts. That's something that I'm guessing Bart Ehrman would not agree with that. The atheists would not agree with that. They don't believe that he's sitting around eating things and so on with him. I believe it. To be clear, I believe it. I mean, not hard to believe once you have the resurrection and so on. But as far as this being evidence that needs to be accounted for, yeah, what you'd say needs to be accounted for is you have a bunch of reports about these early appearances.
Beast.
Sam Shamoon also don't like Mike Winger. Well, then we'd agree on that. I am to vegetarianism what AP is to Islam. This guy really doesn't like vegetarianism.
Vegetarianism, yeah.
It's not based. Jeff Durbin's son was supposed to be born with stage 4 spinal bifida, but it was healed and born healthy. Look it up. Interesting. He does a lot dealing with abortion and so on. That's probably connected to that. Because that's a situation where you say, that's where they would encourage you to abort your child and so on. And if your kid's born healthy, you're like, hey, maybe these people actually get bad advice sometimes. Jesus died. His followers believed he rose. They died for their faith. The religion changed the world. Is much more evidence really necessary? And kind of the point, there's always more evidence. Matter of fact, there's way more things to consider and so on. But yeah, it's kind of, okay, here's the bare bones. Here's the basic skeleton of information we know. What should we conclude based on this? And even with just that, we can conclude that all atheists are wrong and an embarrassment to reason.
Beast.
What do you think about the earthquake and eclipse reported by Phlegon of trailers to have occurred around 29 AD in Bithynia and Nicaea as evidence of the resurrection account? Don't know enough about it. I've seen that there is a source that was talking. They were trying to. So there is a source. I'm not sure about the reliability of it. Where someone was reporting, they were trying to explain the darkness over the land at the time of Jesus as a result of a kind of eclipse or something like this. And you kind of can't have that. It's not the right time of year, given the way the calendar worked and so on. But yeah, I'm not qualified to talk on that.
You see, he said he's not qualified, so why would you trust anything he says?
Doesn't the idea of Jesus contradict the 10 Commandments? You must not have any other kind of divinity. No, you'd say, you shall have no other God before me. So to say that believing in Jesus contradicts that, you'd have to say that Jesus is not God. In other words, he's false. If you believe that he is that God incarnate, then doesn't you don't have a problem. Alex Cohen. Wonder if that's related to Benjamin Cohen. Nick's response to Trent was funny. You should review. Ugh. I don't even...
I feel kind of tempted to do that, actually.
That's
because,
what sucks. It's like you just want to ignore the dude, but he's about to be back on X and so on. And it's like, do you actually have to deal with the guy? He's got some brain dead fans who just mindlessly spout all of the stuff he says. So it's almost like you got to. Ugh. Then you want to take a bath.
And I heard like minutes of that response, and he was just so angry at Trent Horn because Trent Horn called him out, and Trent Horn of course has influence over significant religious population that he is trying to appeal to. So he got very, very angry at Trent Horn, and
this is Nick. Nick flipped out. You're saying that?
Yes, Nick got very, very angry at him.
Mental note, everyone. Always, see, the entire world, Muslims, atheists, everyone, they're constantly giving you information about what makes them flip out. You want to keep that in your head for future use. Yeah. See, you just told me something important.
Yeah, if it comes from me, so Trent Horn is, of course, important to Catholics, to a Catholic audience. The very same Catholic audience that Nick Fuentes is trying to appeal to, but Nick Fuentes doesn't know anything about religion. He seems less Christian than
he's not based
than most
you.
atheists.
You said it over here. Than you.
yes. And with Trent Horn just going out there and totally saying, don't even interact with him, don't even listen to him. He went completely insane, and it's probably a pleasure to watch and review.
Yeah, we might have to check that out. Bishop Mari Switchblade didn't open. Pastor in Germany gun jammed. What are the odds? Huh?
He also called him. I think that's the video where that's the response where he started going after. He said, and of course, he's Jewish, right? Isn't he Jewish? He's Jewish. Why is Trent Horn doing this? Because he's a Jew.
Really?
Of course, he went down that path. So
yeah. That's the new response to anything. This is like, so you've got Rationality Rules, and his response to anything is like, that's a fallacy, and I'll just make one up. And but I've got a card. Oh, look, I got a card here. It says it's a fallacy, and my fans are too stupid to realize it's not actually a fallacy, and I'm completely misrepresenting what the person said. So he's got that. And then you've got now a different crowd, anything they don't like. But there's a Jew there. You're a Jew. You got it from the Jews. The Jews did this. The Jews did that. We are entering some very, very stupid territory in our lifetimes, ladies and gentlemen. Sure, it's going to be fun seeing where it goes. What's that?
I wouldn't really compare Stephen to Nick Fuentes here, but yes.
No. Guys, this Stephen dude, I don't trust him to evaluate arguments. I think he sucks at that. Other than that, he may be the nicest guy in the world. I do not know, to be clear. Just to be clear. Matter of fact, even in the one video I watched, as reprehensible as I think it is to treat an argument the way he did, I would guess that he's a massively better person than Nick Fuentes or Suleiman Ahmed or any of the guy who sit around Jews. It'd be funny if, like, tomorrow, dude posts a video and he's like, I'm able to talk about the Jews and how they're destroying everything. That'd be funny. Like, oops, we were wrong. Take it back. So there was that. Switchblade didn't open for Bishop Mari. Pastor in Germany gun jammed. What are the odds? You familiar with that? Someone tried to shoot a pastor in Germany?
No, I don't know. I'm not aware.
Huh.
Not aware.
Interesting. Might be new news. Well, it is. I mean, today is it's Sunday. I haven't checked the news. All kinds of things could happen. David, you said that I haven't heard about someone who is willing to die for a lie he invented, but I can use the same argument to prove that Muhammad is not a liar. No. Not the way you're pointing out, but that's exactly what I read. That's exactly the reasoning I use with Muhammad when people say Muhammad's just inventing all this. I say, if the reports about Muhammad being willing to die in battle and so on, and being willing to face persecution and so on, if those reports are true, because keep in mind, you're not dealing with early sources. We're talking about sources 2 centuries after the event. So we're not talking about very early information or information that scholars across the board agree with. But if those accounts are true and Muhammad's willing to die for those, it doesn't mean that what he's saying is true. It doesn't mean that he's not making some things up. But as far as his belief that he is a representative of Allah and so on, I believe he's sincere. Doesn't mean it's true. You could be deranged or something like that. You could be possessed, could be all sorts of other explanations, but I would not believe that he is lying, like deliberately being deceptive. Ha ha, I'm scamming people. If he's willing to go to endure persecution and death over his claim, I believe that he would be sincere. So
We very much
I'm being
have
entirely consistent here.
we have very much similar positions on the whole thing on Muhammad and his intentions and what he actually believed. Where I don't think, or I don't agree that Muhammad made everything up and just lied all his life long and was like, "Look at these idiots! I'm deceiving everyone."
Suckers! Hey,
No.
give me your daughter, sucker! Oh yeah!
I believe that he foremost believed that he is actually receiving revelations and that he is a prophet, and that in fact I think that until the end of his life he may have been convinced that he is actually a prophet and that he communicates with an angel or through an angel with Allah. It's just that he might also have added to it at his own convenience, maybe even without realizing that he's doing it at his own convenience.
Yeah.
Even then, believing that it's actually from Allah. But I just think that he had severe problems, and
Yeah.
you might interpret it as possibly also something demonic or whatever it is. But we both don't believe that he was totally a liar.
Yeah. So Salcom, this is a general principle. People spout things all the time. People say things all the time. And you wonder, does this person actually believe what he's saying or not? But when you see that person willing to endure persecution and even death, you say, okay, doesn't convince me that what he's saying is true, but it convinces me that he's not deliberately lying. Now, if you had one person, again, you could, in theory, have one person who's just, I made this up and I'm going to die because I think it's awesome. You could have one total nut job. If you had a group that are all saying something and they're all willing to die, I would find it ridiculously absurd to think that they're all just lying if they're willing to endure persecution and death. In other words, I would regard that as a very, very unlikely explanation. It would not be one that I'm taking seriously anymore.
Yeah, it wouldn't be based.
Would not be based at all. Pretty sure more than a couple of people rather perish than admit that they lied or even made a mistake. Some commit blah, blah, blah purely out of shame or pride.
In your face.
Yeah, that's silly. You can't have people if you're committing suicide, then whatever you're committing suicide for, you believe in that. You believe in what you're dying for. You believe it. If I say I'm going to kill myself because of this, okay, whatever you're dying for, you believe it. If you just say, "Hey, we're going to make up a story about this guy because he died," and it's a bunch of you, and your hypothesis, well, maybe they all just made it up. That's really weird. You gotta believe in this stuff.
Very logical.
My girlfriend is an atheist. Poor guy. And she's pregnant. I want to learn more about Christ, possibly convert. Do you think I can raise a kid while my partner is a non-believer? She is just not into any religion.
It is the perfect.
If your girlfriend's pregnant, then yes, you should convert. And if that's your kid, then yes, you should convert. And yes, you should take care of your kid. What kind of dirtbag would you? Yes, take care of your kid. If you're asking me whether you should take care of your kid, yes. And if you're asking me whether you should convert, yes. And if you're concerned about her not being a believer, you still have your obligation to your kid to take care of your kid. And if she has disagreements, well, you'd be in a good position to have some very interesting discussions. I saw Virgin Birth. I saw Bill Maher give birth to Richard Dreyfuss on his podcast. He was sliding out of his chair. Was that like a joke?
Wow.
Was that like was that like a skit they did or something like that?
I don't know. That sounds pretty interesting.
Why you think vegan teacher vegan gains?
Ah, okay.
Vegan gains. You ever seen those channels? It's like they're getting buff, but they're vegan. That's hard to do because all you're allowed to drink is wheatgrass all day.
Sounds like the worst thing in the
To
world.
live off wheatgrass. All right, guys. So that's pretty much it. We've gone through Rationality Rules. I have all the poll results. Was not looking good for Rationality Rules. By the way, are there any Rationality Rules fans who are bothered by this? So again, if I saw William Lane Craig doing what William Lane Craig says, I'm going to respond to Richard Dawkins. And all he did was take like the first couple of things Richard Dawkins said. Oh, that's a fallacy. That's a fallacy. And completely misrepresented what he said. And then pretended that Dawkins didn't argue anything and then ignored the next 20 some minutes of what of his actual argument. And then thumped his chest and said, oh, I've refuted that. You see, I'm a great apologist. And then William Lane Craig started going, you see, this is why atheism is intellectually bankrupt. All they have are fallacies. And this is why we're the rational people. Now support my work. I would not trust that dude anymore. Even though I love William Lane Craig, I would not trust him anymore if I saw that. So any of you Rationality Rules fans out there bothered by that sort of thing? Because I find it disturbing.
Well, we see as a result of this. So, just to conclude what happened. So, Rationality Rules did make a video to respond to your argument, in which you basically said, "Trust me, bro. The Bible says that this happened, therefore it happened. And what is the evidence? Is the Bible." And he called you out on that, and thereby debunked you. So
he exposed and humiliated me. He exposed and humiliated me. Yeah. Well, then exposed and humiliated. One more little quick thing here. One more little quick thing here. So this is over on his channel. So that's me there. The Absurd Roadshow of David Wood. That's the title. Casually Debunked. It's the Absurd Roadshow of David Wood. Join us as what's it got on views? 46,800 views. Join us as we delve into the arguments and tactics, my tactics of introducing a topic at the beginning of a video where I actually go into the evidence. The tactics of Christian apologist David Wood, exposing his logical fallacies and rhetorical missteps. Oh, hey, you can get his Debunked card game. You can actually order it. Interesting. Okay, that might be fun. And here's how you can support him. You can go and support him on Patreon or Rationality Rules, PayPal, Rationality Rules. For those of you who think, wow, I was really impressed by his awesome takedown of the Dizzle. I've never seen the Dizzle just completely humiliated like that. Yeah, actually, no. What the heck? No link to my video. Wonder why. Maybe he doesn't want people knowing what I actually said. So Debunked. It's $28.23, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, you get your Logic the Gathering deck, and you can sit there with your friends and pretend to refute arguments by pulling out cards. So these let's just check out the comments from his channel. What kind of people does he have? My wife was raised Muslim. I was exposed to Christian Protestant propaganda solely due to the fact that I was born and raised in Great Britain by my English family. We were both born in England. We are both atheists. We are both atheist-based. It amuses me to no end that the apologist's arguments for Allah, peace be upon her, and Jesus, God to the sequel, are exactly the same. Yes, the argument that I laid out, I wasn't even arguing for the existence of God. I was arguing for the resurrection. But yes, it's the exact same thing as, but the Quran has been perfectly preserved. The same evidence, the same unsubstantiated claims, the same failures. Thank you for this. We are laughing all the way through at David Wood. 180 likes. We're laughing all the way through at David Wood.
That's pretty bad.
I enjoyed David Wood's debate with Muhammad Hijab. They started with the presupposition that God exists. Why would that be a point of debate between Christians? Why would you not assume that if it's a debate between Christians and atheists? They assume that God exists, but they did not prove that God exists in this debate between Christians and Muslims. Wow. And then use the full catalog of logical fallacies to show why their religion is the right one. Which logical fallacy did I use there? I'm guessing we could get Rationality Rules to show which fallacies I use. That would be super reliable. This reminded me of an old David Allen joke. A pope and an atheist have a debate, and at some point it gets heated, and the pope says, "You are like a blindfolded man in a dark room searching for a black cat that is not there." The atheist responds, "Well, with all due respect, Your Holiness, but I see a great similarity between us then. You are like a blindfolded man in a dark room looking for a black cat that isn't there. The only difference is you found it." This is his responses. These are the responses to his video that refuted me. Christian apologetics always strikes me to be eerily similar to Islamic apologetics in many respects. This is why, as an ex-Muslim, I never really put my trust in people like David Wood that much, because I've always considered them to be no different than Islamic apologists. So guys, notice what actually...
Excuse me. I am an ex-Muslim here, and I have the authority as the king of ex-Muslims to say something about this, which is, if you are an ex-Muslim and you actually think that Christian apologists are no different from Muslim apologists, then you are either completely stupid or you don't know what you are talking about nor what you are listening to. Okay? I still to this day am not convinced that Christianity is true. Okay? I will say that. I will reiterate this for you, dear ex-Muslims. However, lots of atheists I have seen have expressed, rightly so, that Christian apologetics is probably centuries ahead of Islamic apologetics, which is just so cool.
AP's a Christian now. All right, go ahead.
And so incredibly stupid and completely both morally and intellectually bankrupt. That is Islamic apologetics. Mm-hmm. Christian apologetics is not no different from it. Don't be ridiculous, man. I mean, just be honest to yourself at least.
Mm-hmm. He lost me. We'll just read two more comments. He lost me already at the start when he said that Christianity has a verifiable miracle. Yeah. So I lost you, and apparently lost Rationality Rules, so much so that you never even had to listen to what my case was. But yeah, I guess if you are just happy to completely ignore what someone is saying, you'll never understand what we're talking about. And Apidly here says, the first time I saw D. Wood was in a debate with a Muslim. He so thoroughly pulled apart Islam, I was really shocked he was a Christian, since not a single one of the standards he applied to Islam he was prepared to apply to his own faith. This makes him too biased or intellectually dishonest to be taken seriously. Guys, what do I do when I examine Muslim claims? I say, okay, what's the sources? Let's examine the argument structure and so on. Let's go to the evidence. I do the exact same thing with Christianity. Difference is, when I do that to Christianity, I say, oh, there's something here. There's something here, and it convinces me. When I do that with Islam, and it's, oh, but the Quran's been perfectly preserved, and I found out it's based completely on lies, it doesn't persuade me because it's based on lies. But AP, have you noticed the trend here? Because this is who they're following. What does Rationality Rules respond to everything with? Oh, but you expect us to believe this about yours, but you don't believe this about other things. And it's a complete mischaracterization of what the actual case is. And then you say, this is exactly what his followers do it looks like every single time. Oh, but he doesn't apply the same reasoning to Muslim. Whereas you, AP, you're pointing out, no, Islam is different. Islam is presenting completely different stuff from what Christian apologists.
Significantly.
Yeah. Again, I'll say it again, ladies and gentlemen, just because you believe that all religions are false does not mean you have to pretend that they're all the same and that they all use the same arguments and that they all use the same reasoning. You don't have to pretend that. It's not required by atheism to have that delusion. You don't have to do it. Stop embarrassing yourself.
It is a core belief of atheism.
Yeah, they treat it like it's a core belief. Nope, everyone is doing exactly the same. They're all doing the same thing. Let me just give a little advice here to Rationality Rules here at the end. Rationality Rules. Go to, since you're the new champion of logic here, go to any philosophy department on the planet. Doesn't matter if that philosophy department is entirely composed of atheist philosophers. Does not matter. Pick one. Pick any one. Go to that atheist philosophy department. Show them your little deck. They'll think it's interesting. They'll think, oh, this is a good tool. Show them your video where you debunked me. Show them my video that you claim to have debunked in your video.
This is very fair.
And ask them if you're good at logic. Ask them if they would trust you to teach logic in one of their classes.
This is very fair.
Why? Again, it's just funny seeing his fans compare me or Christian apologists to Muslims when I'm not saying this about atheists in general. I'm saying about that channel and those followers. That seems eerily similar to what we see from the Dawa guys. The Dawa guys thump their chests, claim that they've refuted something, didn't refute it at all, act like they did, And all their fans, oh, such a brilliant takedown. Oh, yes, what? It's so dumb. Oh, how can people be this dumb? And that's exactly what I see from your fans, Rationality Rules. So, better luck next time. Again, I don't care what you post. I'm definitely not interested in responding, but other people can. And again, for those of you who thought it was really interesting and he made an airtight case, more power to you. The link to his channel and the link to his video are in the description box. If you want to support him, you could do that. You do what you want. I'm not your boss. If the trajectory continues with another RR video, will David notice or care? No, I'll respond to other things. But I will take it out on his ideology, meaning I will be wrecking atheism here.
He will rip up the God delusion on live stream. Yeah.
D. Wood ever went over the two Bethlehems, Galilee and Judea? No, have not. Internet atheists are the most corny on the planet. Yep, all of them. Every last atheist who is on the internet. Totally corny.
Yeah, terrible people.
Tara Lay, oh, so this was the person mentioned earlier, is creator of Bible Recap. Love you both. Yeah, not familiar with that. And finally, the final message, which will go down in history as the thing that AP must believe right now because it is the final super chat. Oh, Jesus is Lord. There you go, AP.
Oh,
It's
well.
It's
well, what can I do?
All right, guys. All right, guys. Thanks. Again, we will be on the channel, The Gospel Truth, tomorrow, Lord willing, and we should have some fun. We should have some fun. It's the gospel. It's a Christian channel, The Gospel Truth, and we're going to have an AP on with us, and we're going to be talking a bit about Islam and our views and stuff. So, catch you all then.
Inshallah. Alhamdulillah. See you.
Be powerful.
Powerful stuff.